Chapter 11. When I finish talking, it's pretty late. Sakura listens intently the whole time, resting her head in her hands on the kitchen table. I tell her that I'm actually 15, in junior high, that I stole my father's money and ran away from my home in Nakata ward in Tokyo. That I'm staying in a hotel in Takamatsu and spending my days reading at a library. That all of a sudden, I found myself collapsed outside the shrine, covered with blood. Everything. Well, almost everything. Not the important stuff I can't talk about. So, your mother left home with your older sister when you were just 4, leaving you and your father behind. I take the photo of my sister and me out of my wallet and show her. This is my sister, I say. Sakura looks at the photo for a while, then hands it back without a word. I haven't seen her since then, I say. Or my mom. She's never gotten in touch, and I have no idea where she is. I don't even remember what she looks like. There aren't any photos of her left. I remember her smell, her touch, but not her face. Sakura says. Head still in her hands, she narrows her eyes and looks at me. Must have been hard on you. Yeah, I guess. She continues to gaze at me silently. So you didn't get along with your dad? She asks after a while. Didn't get along? How am I supposed to answer that? I don't say anything. Just shake my head. Dumb question, of course he didn't. Otherwise he wouldn't have run away, Sakura says. So, anyway, you left your home, and today you suddenly lost consciousness or memory or something. Yeah. Did that even happen before? Sometimes, I tell her honestly. I fly into a rage, and it's like I blow a fuse. Like somebody pushes a switch in my head and my body does its thing before my mind can catch up. It's like I'm here, but in a way I'm not. You lose control and do something violent, you mean? It's happened a few times, yeah. Have you hurt anybody? I nod. Twice I did. Nothing serious. She thinks about this. Is that what happened this time? I shake my head. This is the first time something this bad had happened. This time, I don't know how it started, and I can't remember at all what happened. It's like my memory was ripped clean. It never was this bad before. She looks over the t-shirt I haul out of my backpack, carefully checking the blood I couldn't wash out. So the last thing you remember is eating dinner, right? At a restaurant near the station. I nod. And everything after that is blank? The next thing you knew, you were lying in the bushes behind the shrine. About 4 hours later, your shirt covered in blood, and your left shoulder aching. I give her another nod. She brings over a city map from somewhere and checks out the distance between the station and the shrine. It's not so far, but it would take a while to walk. But you would have been over there in the first place. It's the opposite direction from your hotel. Have you ever gone there before? Never. Take off your shirt for a minute, she says. I strip bare to my waist, and she walks behind me and grabs my left shoulder hard. Her fingers dig into my flesh, and I can't help but gasp. This girl's pretty strong. Does it hurt? You bet it does, I say. You hit something pretty hard, or something hit you. I don't remember a thing. Anyway, nothing's broken, she says. She proceeds to prod around the sore spot, and aside from the pain, her fingers feel really nice. When I tell her so, she smiles. I've always been good at giving massages. It's a useful skill for a hairdresser. She keeps on massaging my shoulder. Doesn't look like anything major. Give it a good night's sleep and you should be better. She picks up my t-shirt, puts it in a plastic bag and tosses it into the garbage. My dungaree shirt She gives a once over and throws in the washing machine. She rummages around in her dresser and comes up with a white shirt. She hands it to me, a brand new white shirt that says Maui Whale Watching Cruise on it, with a picture of a fluke sticking out of the water. This is the biggest shirt I could find. It's not mine, but don't worry about it. It's just a souvenir from somebody. Might not be your style, but give it a try. I tuck the shirt on and it fits perfectly. You can keep it if you want, she says. I thank her. So you never had such a total memory loss before? She asks. I nod, then close my eyes, feeling the t-shirt, taking in its new smell. Sakura, I'm really scared, I tell her. I don't know what to do. I don't have any memory of hurting anybody. Whatever it was got me covered in blood, but I can't remember anything. If I committed a crime, I'm still legally responsible, right? Whether I have a memory of it or not. Maybe it was just a nosebleed. Somebody was walking down the street, bumped into a telephone pole, and got a bloody nose. And all you did was help them out. See? I understand why you're worried, but let's try not to think about the worst case scenarios, okay? At least not tonight. In the morning, we can look in the paper, watch the news on TV. If something terrible really happened, we'll know about it. Then we can consider our options. There are plenty of reasons why somebody might get bloody, and most of the time it's not nearly as bad as it looks. I'm a girl, so I'm used to seeing blood. I see that much every month. You know what I mean? I nod and feel myself blushing a little. She scoops a little Nescafe into a big cup and heats up some water in a small pan. She smokes, waiting for the water to boil. She takes a couple of puffs, then extinguishes the cigarette with tap water. I catch a whiff of menthol. I don't mean to pry, but there's something I want to ask you. Do you mind? I don't mind, I tell her. Your older sister was adopted. They got her from somewhere before you were born, right? That's right, I reply. I don't know why, but my parents adopted her. After that I was born. Not exactly what they had in mind, I imagine. So you're definitely the child of your mother and father. As far as I know, I tell her. But when your mother left, she didn't take you, but took your sister, who's unrelated to her, Sakura says. Not that you'd normally expect a woman to do. I don't say anything. Why'd she do that? I shake my head. I have no idea, I tell her. I've asked myself the same question 1,000,000 times. It must have hurt. Did it? I don't know. But if I get married someday, I don't think I'll have any kids. I wouldn't have any idea how to get along with them if I did. My situation wasn't as complicated as yours, she says, but I didn't get along with my folks for a long time. And I got mixed up in a lot of stupid things because of it. So, I know how you feel, but it's not a good idea to make decisions so soon. There's no such thing as absolutes. She stands in front of the kitchen stove and sips her Nescafe, steam rising from the large cup. The cup has a drawing of a Moomin cartoon characters on it. She doesn't say anything, and neither do I. Do you have anybody, relatives or someone who can help? She asks after a while. No, I say. My father's parents died a long time ago, and he doesn't have any brothers, sisters, uncles, or aunts. Not a one. Not that I can prove this, but I do know he never had anything to do with any relatives. And I never heard anything about relatives on my mother's side. I mean, I don't even know my mother's name, so how was I supposed to know about her relatives? Your father sounds like an alien from outer space or something, Sakura says. Like he came from some far-off planet, took a human form, kidnapped an Earth woman, and then had you, just so he could have more descendants. Your mother found out, got frightened, and ran away, like in some film noir science fiction book. I have no idea what to say. All joking aside, she says, and smiles broadly to show that she means it. My point is, in this whole wide world, the only person you can depend on is you. I guess so. She stands there, leaning against the sink, drinking her coffee. I have to get some sleep, she says, as if suddenly remembering. It's past 3. I have to get up at 7:30, so I won't get much, but a little is better than none. I hate going to work on no sleep at all, so what are you going to do? I have my sleeping bag with me, I tell her, so if it's no bother, I'll just sack out in the corner. I take my tightly rolled up sleeping bag out of my backpack, spread it out, and fluff it up. She watches, impressed. A regular Boy Scout, she says. After she turns out the light and gets in the bed, I climb into my sleeping bag, shut my eyes, and try to go to sleep. But I can't stop picturing that bloody white t-shirt. I still feel that burning sensation in my palm. I open my eyes and stare at the ceiling. A floor creaks somewhere. Somebody turns on the faucet. And again, I hear an ambulance in the night. Far off, but echoing sharply in the darkness. Can't fall asleep? She whispers in the dark. No. Me neither. Shouldn't have had that coffee. That was dumb. She switches on her bedside light, checks the time, then turns the light off. Don't get me wrong, she says, but if you'd like to come over here, you can. I can't get to sleep either. I slip out of my sleeping bag and climb in bed with her. I'm wearing boxers and the t-shirt. She has on a pair of light pink pajamas. I have a steady boyfriend in Tokyo, she tells me. He's not much to brag about, but he's my guy, so I don't have sex with anybody else. I might not look like it, but when it comes to sex, I'm pretty straight-laced. Call me old-fashioned. I wasn't always that way. I used to be pretty wild, but I don't fool around anymore. So don't get any ideas, okay? Just think of us as brother and sister. You understand? Gotcha, I tell her. She puts her arms around me, hugs me close, and rests her cheek on my forehead. You poor thing, she says. I don't need to tell you that I get a hard-on right away, big time. And I couldn't help it, rubbing it up against her thigh. My oh my, she says. Sorry, I tell her. I didn't mean to. It's okay, she says. I know that what an inconvenience it is. Nothing you can do to stop it. I nod in the darkness. She hesitates for a moment and lowers my boxers. Pulls out my rock-hard cock and cradles it gently in her hand, like she's making sure of something, the way a doctor takes a pulse. With her soft hand touching me, I feel something a stray thought, maybe spring up in my crotch. How old would your sister be now? 21, I say, 6 years older than me. She thinks about this for a while. Do you want to see her? Maybe, I say. Maybe? Her hand grasps my cock a little harder. What do you mean, maybe? You really don't want to see her that much? I don't know what we talk about, and she might not want to see me. Same thing with my mother. Maybe neither one of them wants to have anything to do with me. No one's searching for me. I mean, they left and everything. Without me. I silently complete the thought. She doesn't say anything. Her hand on my cock loosens a bit, then tightens. In time, with my cock relaxes, then gets harder. You want to come? She asks. Maybe, I say. Again, with the maybes. Very much, I correct myself. She sighs lightly and slowly begins to move her hand. He feels out of this world. Not just an up and down motion, but more of an all-over massage. Her fingers gently stroke my cock and my balls. I close my eyes and let out a big sigh. You can't touch me, and when you're about to come, let me know, so you don't mess up the sheets. Okay, I say. How is it? I'm pretty good, huh? Fantastic. Like I was telling you, I'm very nimble-fingered, but this isn't sex, okay? I'm just helping you relax, is what it is. You've had a rough day, you're all tense, and you're not going to sleep well unless we do something about it. Got it? Yeah, I get it, I say. But I do have one request. What's that? Is it okay if I imagine you naked? Her hand stops and she looks at me in the eyes. You want to imagine me naked while I'm doing this? Yes. I've been trying to keep from imagining that, but I can't. Really? It's like a TV that can't be turned off. She laughs. I don't get it. You didn't have to tell me that. Why don't you just go ahead and imagine what you want? You don't need my permission. How can I know what's in your head? I can't help it. Imagine someone is important. So, I thought I'd better tell you. It has nothing to do with whether you know or not. You're some kind of polite boy, aren't you? She says, impressed. Guess it's nice, though, that you wanted to let me know. Alright, permission granted. Go ahead and picture me nude. Thanks, I said. How is it? Is my body nice? It's amazing, I reply. This languid sensation spreads over my lower half, like a liquid floating to the surface. When I tell her, she grabs some tissue from the bedside, and I come, over and over, like crazy. A little while later, she goes to the kitchen, tosses away the tissue paper, and rinses her hand. Sorry, I say. It's alright, she says, snuggling back into the bed. No need to apologize. It's just a part of your body. So, do you feel better? Definitely. I'm glad. She thinks for a while, then says, I was thinking how nice it'd be if I was your real sister. Me too, I say. She lightly touches my hair. I'm going to sleep now, so why don't you go back to the sleeping bag? I can't sleep well unless I'm alone, and I don't want your hard-on poking me all night, okay? I go back to my sleeping bag and close my eyes. This time, I can get to sleep. A deep, deep sleep, maybe the deepest since I ran away from home. It's like I'm in some huge elevator that slowly, silently carries me deeper and deeper underground. Finally, all night has disappeared. All sound faded away. When I wake up, Sakura's gone off to work. It's 9 a.m. My shoulder hardly aches anymore. Just like she said. On the kitchen table, I find a folded up morning paper, a note and a key. Her note says, I watched the TV news at 7 and looked through the entire paper, but there aren't any bloody incidents reported around here. So, I don't think that blood was anything. Good news, huh? There isn't much in the fridge, but help yourself and make use of whatever you need around the house. If you aren't planning to go anywhere, feel free to hang out here. Just put the key under the doormat if you go out. I grab a carton of milk from the fridge, check the expiration date, and pour it over some cornflakes. Boil some water, and make a cup of Darjeeling tea. Toast 2 slices of bread and eat them with some low-fat margarine. Then I open the newspaper and scan the local news. Like she said, no violent crimes in the headlines. I let out a sigh of relief, fold up the paper, and tack it in there, where it was. At least, I won't have to run all over trying to evade the cops. But I decide it's better not to go back to the hotel, just to play it safe. I still don't know what happened during those lost 4 hours. I call the hotel. A man answers, and I don't recognize his voice. I tell him something came up and I have to check out. I try my best to sound grown up. I've paid in advance, so that shouldn't be a problem. There are some personal effects in the room, I tell him, but they can be discarded. He checks the computer and sees that the bill's up to date. Everything's in order, Mr. Tamura, he says. You're all checked out. The key's a plastic card, so there's no need to return it. I thank him and hang up. I take a shower. Sakura's underwear and stockings are drying out in the bathroom. I try not to look at them and concentrate on my usual job and thoroughly scrubbing myself. And I try my best not to think about the last night. I brush my teeth and put a pair of new shorts on, roll up my sleeping bag and stuff it in my backpack. Then wash my dirty clothes in the washer. There's no dryer, so after they go through a spin cycle, I fold them up and put them in a plastic bag and into my bag. I can always dry them in a coin laundry later on. I wash all the dishes piled up in the sink, then let them drain, dry them, and place them back into the shelf. Then I straighten up the contents of the fridge and toss whatever's gone bad. Some of the food stinks: moldy broccoli, an ancient rubbery cucumber, a pack of tofu well past its expiration date. I take whatever's still edible, transfer it to new containers, and wipe up some spilled sauce. I throw away all the cigarette butts, make a neat stack of the scattered old newspapers, and run a vacuum around the place. Sakura might be good at giving a massage, but when it comes to keeping a house, she's a disaster. I iron the shirts she's crammed in the dresser, and think about going shopping and making dinner. At home, I try to take care of household chores myself, so none of this is any trouble. But making dinner, I decide might be going too far. Finished with all that, I sit down at the kitchen table and look around the apartment. I know I can't stay here forever. I'd have a semi-permanent hard-on with a semi-permanent fantasies. Can't avoid looking at those tiny black panties hanging in the bathroom. Can't keep asking her permission to let my imagination roam. But most of all, I can't forget what she did for me last night. I have a note for Sakura, using the blonde pencil and the memo pad beside the phone. Thanks, you really saved me. I'm sorry I woke you up so late last night, but you're the only one I could count on. I stop for a moment and think what I should have write next, and do a 360 of the room as I'm thinking. Thanks for letting me stay over. I'm grateful you said I could stay here for long. I liked. It would be nice if I could, but I don't think I should bother you anymore. There are all sorts of reasons I won't go into. I've got to make it on my own. I hope you'll still think kindly of me the next time I'm in a jam. I stop again. Someone in the neighborhood's got their TV on full volume. One of those morning talk shows for housewives. The people on the show are yelling at each other, and commercials just as loud and obnoxious. I sit at the table, spinning the blonde pencil in my hand, pulling my thoughts together. To tell the truth, though, I don't think I deserve your kindness. I'm trying my best to be a much better person, but things aren't going well. The next time we meet, I hope I'll have my act together. Whether that will happen or not, I don't know. Thanks for last night, it was wonderful. I slip the note under a cup, shoulder my backpack, and head out of the apartment, leaving the key under the doormat, like she said. A black and white spotted cat's lying in the middle of the stairs, taking a nap. She must be used to people because she doesn't make a move to get up as I go down the stairs. I sit down beside him and stroke his large body for a while. The feel of his fur brings back memories. The cat narrows his eyes and starts to purr. We sit there on the stairs for a long time, each enjoying his own version of this intimate feeling. Finally, I tell him goodbye and walk down the road. A fine rain's begun to fall. Having checked out of the hotel and left Sakura's, I have no idea where I spend the night. Before the sun sets, I've got to find a roof to sleep under, someplace safe. I don't know where to begin with, but decide to take the train out to Komura Library. Once I get there, something will work out. I don't know why, but I just have a feeling it will. Fate seems to be taking me in some even stranger directions. Chapter 12, October 19th, 1972. Dear Professor, I'm sure you must be quite surprised to receive a letter from me, out of the blue. Please forgive me for being so forward. I imagine that you no longer remember me, Professor, but I was at one time a teacher at a small elementary school in Yamanashi Prefecture. When you read this, you may recall something about me. I was the teacher in charge of a group of children on a field trip. The one involved in an incident in which the children all lost consciousness. Afterward, as you may remember, I had the opportunity to speak with you and your colleagues from the university in Tokyo several times when you visited our town with people from the military investigate. In the years following, I've often seen your name mentioned prominently in the press, and I have followed your career and achievements with the deepest admiration. At the time, I have fond memories of when we met, especially your very businesslike, brisk way of speaking. I feel blessed, too, to have been able to read several of your books. I've always been impressed by your insights and find the worldview that runs through all of your publications very convincing. Namely, that as individuals, each of us is extremely isolated, while at the same time we are all linked by a prototypical memory. There have been times in my own life that I felt exactly this way. From afar then, I pray for your continued success. After that incident, I continued to teach at the same elementary school. A few years ago, however, I unexpectedly fell ill, was hospitalized for a long spell in Kofu General Hospital, and after some time submitted my resignation. For a year, I was in and out of the hospital, but eventually I recovered, was discharged, and opened a small tutorial school in our town. My students were the children of the former pupils. It's a trite observation, perhaps, but it is true what they say, that time does fly, and I found the message of time is so incredibly swift. During the war, I lost both my husband and my father, then my mother as well, in the confused period following the surrender. With my husband off to war soon after we married, we never had any children. So I've been all alone in the world. I wouldn't say my life has been happy, but it has been a great blessing to have been able to teach for so long and have the chance to work with so many children over the years. I thank God for this opportunity. If it hadn't been for teaching, I don't think I'd have been able to survive. I summoned up my courage today to write to you, Professor, because I've never been able to forget that incident in the woods in the fall of 1944. 28 years have passed, but to me it's as fresh in my mind as if it took place yesterday. Those memories are always with me, shadowing every waking moment. I've spent countless sleepless nights pondering about it, and it's even haunted my dreams. It's as if the aftershocks of the incident affect every aspect of my life. To give you an example, whenever I run across any of the children involved in the incident, half of whom still live here in the town and are now in their mid-30s, I always wonder what effects the incident had on them, and on myself. Something traumatic as this you'd think would have to have some lingering physical or psychological impact on all of us. I can't believe otherwise. But when it comes to pinpointing what sort of effects there were, and how great the impact of it all was, I'm at a loss. And as you're well aware, Professor, the military kept news of this incident from reaching the public. During the occupation, the American military conducted their own investigation behind closed doors. The military is always the same, whether Japanese or American. Even when censorship was lifted after the occupation, no articles about the incident appeared in newspapers or magazines, which I suppose is understandable, since it had taken place years before and no one had died. Because of this, most people are aware that such an incident ever took place during the war. There were so many horrific events that millions of people lost their lives, so I don't suppose people would be very shocked by what happened in a little town. Even here, not many people remember what happened, and those who do don't appear willing to be talking about it. I'd say most people who recall the incident find it an unpleasant memory they'd prefer not to touch. Most things are forgotten over time, even the war itself. The life and death struggle people went through is now like something from the distant past. We've so caught up in our everyday lives that events in the past, like ancient stars that have burned out, are no longer in orbit around our minds. There are just too many things we have to think about every day, too many new things we have to learn, new styles, new information, new technology, new terminology. But still, no matter how much time passes, no matter what takes place in the interim, there are some things that never assign to oblivion, memories that can never rub away. They remain with us forever, like a touchstone, and for me, what happened in the woods that day is one of these. I realize there's nothing I can do about it now, and I could certainly understand if you are puzzled about what I'm bringing this up at this late date. But while I'm still alive, there's something I have to get off my chest. During the war, of course, we lived under strict censorship, and there were things we couldn't easily talk about. When I met you, Professor, there were military officers with us, and I couldn't speak freely, so I didn't know about anything about you then, or about your work, so I certainly didn't feel as a young woman talking to a man she didn't know. I couldn't be candid about any private matter. Thus, I kept several facts to myself. In other words, in the official investigation, I intentionally changed some of the facts about the incident, and when, after the war, the American military interviewed me, I stuck to my story. Out of fear and to keep up appearances, perhaps. I repeated the same lies I'd told you. This may well have made it more difficult for you to investigate the incident, and may have somewhat skewed your conclusions. No, I know you did it. This has bothered me for years, and I'm ashamed of what I did. I hope this explains why I've written this long letter to you. I realize you're a busy man and may not have time for this. If so, please feel free to treat it all as the ramblings of an old woman to toss the letter away. The thing is, I feel the need, while I'm still able, to confess all that really took place then, write it down and pass it along to someone who should know. I've recovered from my illness, but you never know when there might be a relapse. I hope you will take this into consideration. The night before I took the children up to the hills, I had a dream about my husband. just before the dawn. He had been drafted and was off to the war. The dream was extremely realistic and sexually charged. One of those dreams that's so vivid, it's hard to distinguish between dream and reality. In the dream, we were lying on a large flat rock having sex. It was a light grey rock near the top of the mountain. The whole thing was about the size of 2 tatami mats, the surface smooth and damp. It was cloudy and looked like it was about to storm, but there wasn't any wind. It seemed near twilight, and birds were hurrying to their nests. So there, 2 of us were there under the cloudy sky, silently having intercourse. We hadn't been married for a long time at this point, and the war had separated us. My body was burning for my husband. I felt an indescribable pleasure. We tried all sorts of positions and did it over and over, climaxing again and again. It's strange now that I think of it, for in real life the 2 of us were quiet, rather introverted people. We'd never given in to our passions like this and experienced such soaring pleasure. But in the dream, for the first time in our lives, we'd thrown all restraints and were going at it like animals. When I opened my eyes, it was still dim outside and I felt very odd. My body felt heavy and I could still feel my husband deep inside me. My heart was pounding and I found it hard to breathe. My vagina was wet, just like after intercourse. It felt as if I'd really made love and not just dreamed about it. I'm embarrassed to say it, but I masturbated at this point. I was burning with lust and had to do something to calm down. Afterward, I rode my bike to school as usual and encountered the children on our field trip to Owanyama. As we walked up the mountain path, I could still feel the lingering effects of sex. All I had to do was close my eyes and I could feel my husband coming inside me. His semen shooting against the wall of my womb. It had clung to him for all it's worth, my legs spread as wide as possible, my ankles entangled with his thighs. I was, frankly, in a daze as I took the children up the hill. I felt like I was still in the middle of a realistic erotic dream. We climbed up the mountain, reached the spot we were aiming at, and just as the children were getting ready to fan out to hunt for mushrooms, my period suddenly started. It wasn't time for it. My last one had stopped only 10 days before, and my periods were always regular. Perhaps this erotic dream had stirred something up inside me and set it off. Naturally, I hadn't come prepared, and here we were in the hills far from town. I instructed the children to take a short break. Then I went off alone far into the woods and took care of myself as best as I could with a couple of towels I'd brought along. There was a great deal of blood and it made quite a mess, but I was sure I'd be able to manage until we made it back to school. My head was a complete blank and I couldn't focus at all. I had a guilty coincidence, I imagine, about that uninhibited dream, about masturbating, and about having sexual fantasies in front of the children. I was usually the type who suppressed those kinds of thoughts. I had the children go off to gather their mushrooms and was thinking we'd better make it a short trip and go back as soon as we could. Back at school, I'd be able to clean up better. I sat down and watched the children as they hunted for mushrooms. I kept a head count and made sure none of them were out of sight. After a while, though, I noticed one little boy walking toward me with something in his hands. It was a boy named Nakata, the same boy who didn't regain consciousness and was hospitalized. He was holding the bloody towels I'd used. I gasped and couldn't believe my eyes. I'd hidden them far away, out of sight. where the children couldn't go. You have to understand that this is the most embarrassing thing for a woman, something you don't want anybody else to see. How he was able to unearth them, I have no idea. Before I realized what I was doing, I was slapping him. I grabbed him by the shoulders and was slapping him hard on the cheeks. I might have been yelling something, I don't recall. I was out of control, no longer in my right mind. I think the embarrassment must have been so great, I was in shock. I'd never, ever struck one of the children before, but it wasn't me who was doing it. Suddenly, I noticed all the children were there, staring at me. Some were standing, some sitting, all of them facing me. It was all right in front of them. Me, pale, standing there. Nakata collapsed on the ground from all the blows, the bloody towels. It was a moment, frozen in time. Nobody moved, nobody said a word. The children were expressionless, their faces like bronze masks. A deep silence descended on the woods. All you could hear were the birds chirping. I can't get that scene out of my mind. I don't know how much time had passed, probably not so long, but it seemed like forever, time driving me to the very edge of the world. Finally, I snapped out of it. Color had returned to the world around me. I hid the bloody towels behind me and lifted Nakata up from where he lay. I held him tight and apologized to him as best as I could. I was wrong. Please, please forgive me. I begged him. He looked like he was still in shock. His eyes were blank, and I don't think he could hear all I said. With him still in my arms, I turned to the other children and told them to resume their mushroom hunting. They probably couldn't comprehend what just happened. It was all too strange, too sudden. I stood there for a while, holding Nakata tight in my arms, feeling like I wanted to die of despair. Just over the horizon, the violence of war went on, with countless people dying. I no longer had idea what was right and what was wrong. I was really seeing the real world. Was the sound of birds I was hearing real? I found myself alone in the woods, totally confused, blood flowing freely from my wound. I was angry, afraid, embarrassed. All of these rolled into me. I cried quietly without making a sound. And that's when the children collapsed. I wasn't about to tell the military people that had really happened. It was wartime and we had to keep up appearances. So I left out the part about my period starting, about Nakata finding the bloody towels, and me hitting him. Again, I'm afraid this threw an obstacle in your path as you investigated the incident. You can't imagine how relieved I am to finally get it off my chest. Strangely enough, none of the children had any memory of the incident. Nobody remembered the bloody towels or me beating Nakata. Those memories had fallen away completely from their minds. Later, soon after the incident, I was able to indirectly sound out each child and confirm that this was indeed the case. Perhaps the mass coma had already started by then. I'd like to say a few things about young Nakata, as his former homeroom teacher. What happened to him after the incident, I don't really know. When I was interviewed after the war, the American officer told me he'd been taken to a hospital in Tokyo and finally regained consciousness. But he wouldn't tell me any details. I imagine that you know more about this than I do, Professor. Nakata was one of the 5 children evacuated to our town from Tokyo, and of the 5, he was the brightest and had the best grades. He had very pleasant features and always dressed well. He was a gentle boy and never butted in where he didn't belong. Never once during class did he volunteer an answer, but when I called him out, he always gave a correct answer, and when I asked his opinion, he'd give a logical reply. he caught on right away, no matter what the subject. Every class has a student like that, one who will study what he needs to without supervision, who will one day attend a top college and get an excellent job. A child who's innately capable. But as his teacher, I will say there were a couple of things about him that bothered me. Every so often I felt a sense of resignation in him. Even when he did well on difficult assignments, he never seemed happy. He never struggled to succeed, never seemed to experience the pain of trial and error. He never signed or cracked a smile. It was as if these were things he had to get through, so he just did them. He handled whatever came his way efficiently, like a factory worker, screwdriver in hand, working on a conveyor belt, tightening a screw on each part that comes down the line. I've never met his parents, so I can't say anything for certain, but there had to be a problem back home. I had seen a number of cases like this. Adults constantly raise a bar on smart children, precisely because they're able to handle it. The children get overwhelmed by the tasks in front of them and gradually lose the sort of openness and sense of accomplishment they innately have. When they're treated like that, children start to crawl inside the shell and keep everything inside. It takes a lot of time and effort to get them to open up. Again, kids' hearts are malleable, but once they gel, it's hard to get them back the way they were, next to impossible in most cases. But maybe I shouldn't be giving my opinions on the matter. This is, after all, your area of expertise. I also sensed a hint of violence in the boy's background. Sometimes there'd be a flash of fear in his eyes that seemed an instinctive reaction to long-term exposure to violence. What level of violence that was, I had no way of knowing. Nakata was a very self-disciplined child and good hiding his fear, but there'd be an occasional involuntary flinch, ever so slight, that he wouldn't cover up. I knew that something violent had taken place in his home. After you spend a lot of time with children, you pick up these things. Rural families can be pretty violent. Most of the parents are farmers, all of them struggling to make ends meet. They're exhausted, doing backbreaking work from morning to night. And when they have a bit of drink and get angry, they're liable to strike out physically. It's no secret this kind of thing goes on, and most of the time the farm kids take it in stride and survive with no emotional scars. But Nakata's father was a university professor, and his mother, from what I could gather from the letters she sent me, was a well-educated woman. An upper-middle-class urban family, in other words. If there was any violence taking place in a family like that, it was bound to be something more complicated and less direct than what farm kids experience. The kind of violence a child keeps wrapped up inside himself. That's why I especially regretted hitting him on the mountain that day, whether I did it unconsciously or not. I shouldn't have acted that way, and I felt guilty and ashamed for sin ever since. I regret it even more since Nakata, after being dragged away from his parents and placed in an unfamiliar environment, was finally on the verge of opening up to me before the incident. The kind of violence I displayed then may very well have dealt a fatal blow to whatever feelings he had budding inside of him. I was hoping for an opportunity to repair the harm I'd caused, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Still unconscious, Nakata was taken to the hospital in Tokyo, and I never saw him again. It's something I regret to this day. I can still see the look on his face as I was beating him, the tremendous fear and resignation he felt at an instant. I'm sorry I didn't plan to write such a long letter, But there is one more thing I have to mention. To tell the truth, when my husband died in the Philippines, just before the war ended, it wasn't that much of a shock. I didn't feel any despair or anger, just a deep sense of helplessness. I didn't cry at all. I already knew that somewhere, on some distant battlefield, my husband would lose his life. Ever since the year before, when all those things I just wrote about took place, that erotic dream, my period starting ahead of time, hitting Nakata, the children falling into that mysterious coma, I'd accepted my husband's death as inevitable, as something fated to be. So news of his death merely confirmed what I already knew. The whole experience on the hill was beyond anything I've ever experienced. I feel like I felt a part of my soul in those woods. In closing, I'd like to express my hope that your research will continue to flourish. Please, take good care of yourself. Sincerely yours. Chapter 13. It's after 12, and I'm eating lunch and gazing at the garden when Oshima comes over and sits down next to me. Today, I've pretty much got the library to myself. As always, my lunch is the cheapest box lunch from the little shop at the train station. We talk for a while, and Oshima orders half his sandwich on me. I made extra today, just for you, he insists. Don't take it the wrong way, but you look like you're not eating. I'm trying to make my stomach shrink, I explain. On purpose? He asks. I nod. You're doing that to save money? I nod again. I can understand that, but at your age you need to eat, and fill up whenever you get a chance. You need your nutrition. The sandwich he's offering me looks delicious. I thank him and start eating. Smoked salmon, watercress, and lettuce on soft white bread. The crust is nicely crunchy, and horseradish and butter complete the sandwich. Did you make it yourself? I ask. No one's about to make it for me, he says. He pours black coffee from his thermos into a mug, while I drink milk from a little carton. What are you reading these days? Natsume Sasueki's complete works, I say. I still haven't read some of these novels, so this is a great chance to read them all. You like him enough to want to read everything he wrote? Oshima asks. I nod. Steam is rising from the cup in his hand. It's dark and cloudy outside, but at least the rain's stopped. Which of these his novels have you read since you came here? I finished The Miner, and now I'm on Poppies. The Miner, huh? Oshima says, apparently searching out a vague memory of the book. That's the story of a college student from Tokyo who winds up working in a mine, right? And he goes through all these tough times with the other miners and finally returns to the world outside. A sort of medium-length novel, as I recall. I read it a long time ago. The plot isn't what you normally expect from Sasueki. And the style's kind of unpolished, too. Not one of his best. What do you like about it? I try putting into words my impressions of the novel, but I can't. Need Krau's help. Need him to show up from wherever he is, spread his wings wide, and search out the right words for me. The main character's from a rich family, I say, but he has an affair that goes sour and he gets depressed and runs away from home. While he's sort of wandering around, the shady character comes up to him and asks him to work in a mine, and he just tags along after him and finds himself working in the Ashio mine. He's way down underground, going through all kinds of experiences he never could have imagined. This innocent rich boy finds himself crawling around in the dregs of society. I sip my milk and try to piece together the rest of what I want to say. It takes a while before Krau comes back, but Oshima waits patiently. Those are life and death type experiences he goes through in the mines. Eventually, he gets out and goes back to his old life, but nothing in this novel shows he learned anything from these experiences, that his life changed, that he thought deeply about the meaning of life and started questioning society or anything. You don't get any sense either that he's matured. You have a strange feeling after you finish the book. It's like you wonder what Soseki was trying to say. It's like not really knowing what he's getting at is a part that stays with you. You can't explain it very well. So the mind is structured very differently from, say, Soseki's Sanshiro, your typical modern Bildungsroman. I nod. I don't know about that, but you might be right. Sanshiro grows up in the story, runs into obstacles, ponders things, overcomes difficulties, right? But the hero in the Miner's different. All he does is watch things happen and accept it all. I mean, occasionally he gives his own opinions, but nothing very deep. Instead, he just broods over his love affair. He comes out of the mine about the same as he went in. He has no sense that it was something he decided to do himself, or that he had a choice. He's like totally passive. But I think in real life, people are like that. It's not so easy to make choices on your own. Do you see yourself as sort of like a hero of the miner? I shake my head. No, I never thought of it that way. But people need to cling to something, Oshima says. They have to. You're doing the same, even though you don't realize it. It's like Goethe said. Everything's a metaphor. I mull this over for a while. Oshima takes a sip of coffee. At any rate, that's an interesting take on the miner, especially since you're both runaways. Makes me want to read it again. I finish the sandwich, crush the now empty milk carton, and toss it in the waste can. Oshima, I say, deciding to come right out with it. I'm sort of in a fix, and you're the only one I can ask for advice. He opens both hands wide and, with a go right ahead gesture. It's a long story, but I don't have anywhere to stay tonight. I've got a sleeping bag, so I don't need a futon or bed or anything, just a roof over my head. Do you know any place around here like that? I'm guessing that you're not thinking of a hotel or inn. I shook my head. Money's a factor, but I'm also hoping not to be too conspicuous. To the juvenile section of the police, I bet. Yeah. Oshima thinks it over and for a time and says, well, you could stay here. In the library? Sure. It has a roof and a vacant room too, that nobody uses at night. But do you think that's alright? Now, of course, we'll have to make some arrangements first, but it is possible. Or, not impossible, I should say. I'm sure I can manage it. How so? You like to read good books, to figure things out on your own. You look like you're in good shape physically, and you're an independent kind of guy. You like to lead the well-regulated life and have a lot of willpower. I mean, even the willpower to make your stomach smaller, right? I'll talk with Miss Saeki about you becoming my assistant and staying in the empty room here at the library. You want me to be your assistant? You won't have to do much, Oshima says. Basically help me open and close the place. We hire professionals to do heavy cleaning or to input things on the computer. Apart from this, there's not a whole lot to do. You can just read whatever you like. Sound good? Yeah, of course it does. I'm not sure what to say. But I don't think Miss Saeki's going to go for it. I'm only 15 and a runaway she doesn't know anything about. But Miss Saeki's, how should I put it? Oshima begins, then uncharacteristically comes to a halt, searching for a right word. A little different. Different? She has a different take on things than other people. I nod. A different take on things. What does that mean? You mean she's an unusual person? Oshima shakes his head. No, I wouldn't say that. If you're talking about unusual, that would be me. She just isn't bound to conventional ways of doing things. I'm still trying to figure out the difference between different and unusual, but decide to hold off on any more questions for the time being. After a pause, Oshima says, "Staying here tonight, though, is a problem, so I'll take you someplace else, where you can stay for a couple of days till we get things settled. You don't mind, do you? It's a little far away." "No problem," I tell him. "The library closes at 5, Oshima says, "and I have to straighten things up, so we'll leave around 5:30. I'll drive you there in my car." Nobody's staying there now, and not to worry, the place has a roof. I appreciate it. You can thank me after we get there. It might not be what you're imagining. I go back to the reading room and pick up where I left off, in Poppies. I'm not a fast reader. I like to linger over each sentence, enjoying the style. If I don't enjoy the writing, I stop. Just before 5, I finish the novel, put it back on the shelf, and sit back down on the sofa. Close my eyes and think about what happened last night. About Sakura, about her room, what she did to me, all the twists and turns and events take their place. At 5:30, I'm standing outside the library, waiting for Oshima. He leads me to the parking lot, out around back, and we get into his green sports car. A Mazda Miata with the top down. My backpack's too big for the little trunk, so we tie it down tight on the rear rack. It's a long drive, so we'll stop along the way for dinner, Oshima says. He turns the ignition key and starts up the engine. Where are we headed? Kochi, he replies. Ever been there? I shake my head. How far is it? I'll take us about 2.5 hours to get where we're going, toward the south, over the mountains. You don't mind going so far? It's okay. It's a straight shot, and it'll light out. It's still light out. And I've got a full tank. We drive through the twilit city streets, and then get on the highway heading west. Oshima changes lanes smoothly, slipping in between other cars, effortlessly shifting gears. Each time, the hum of the engine changes slightly. When he sniffs gears and floors it, the little car's soon zipping along at over 90. The car's specially tuned, so it's got a lot of pickup. This isn't your ordinary Miata. Do you know much about cars? I shake my head. Cars are definitely not my specialty. Do you enjoy driving? I ask. The doctor made me give up any risky sports, so instead I drive. Compensation. Is something wrong with you? The medical name's kind of long, but it's a type of hemophilia, Oshima says casually. Do you know what that is? I think so, I say. I learned about it in biology class. Once you start bleeding, you can't stop. It's genetic, where the blood doesn't coagulate. That's right. There's all kinds of hemophilia, and the type I have is pretty rare. It's not such a bad type of the disease, but I have to be careful not to get injured. Once I start bleeding, I have to go to the hospital. Besides, these days there's a problem with the blood supply in hospitals. Dying a slow death from AIDS isn't an option for me. So I've made some connections in my town to supply me with regular checkups at the university hospital. in Hiroshima. I hardly ever leave the town. It's not bad, though. I never did like traveling or sports all that much. Anyway, I can't use a kitchen knife, so doing any real cooking's out, which is kind of a shame. Driving's a risky enough sport, I tell him. It's a different kind of risk. Whenever I drive, I try to go as fast as I can. If I'm in an accident driving fast, I won't just wind up getting a cut finger. If I lose a lot of blood, there's no difference between a hemophiliac and anybody else. It evens things out, since your chances of survival are the same. You don't have to worry about things like blood coagulation or anything, and can die without any regrets. I see. Don't worry, Oshima laughs. I'm not going to have an accident. I am a careful driver, and don't push in. I keep my car in top condition too. Besides, when I die, I want to die quietly, all by myself. Taking someone else with you, then, isn't an option either. You got it. We pull into the rest stop restaurant for dinner. I have chicken and a salad. He orders the seafood curry and a salad. Just something to fill our stomachs. Is the best you could say about it. Oshima pays the bill and we climb into the car again. It's already gotten dark. He steps on the accelerator and the tachometer shoots way up. Do you mind if I put on some music? Oshima asks. Of course not, I reply. He pushes the CD's play button and some classical piano music starts. I listen for a while, figuring out the music. I know it's not Beethoven and not Schumann, probably somebody who came in between. Schubert? I ask. Good guess, he replies. His hands and 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. He glances over at me. Do you like Schubert? Not particularly, I tell him. When I drive, I like to listen to Schubert's piano sonatas with the volume turned up. Do you know why? I have no idea. Because playing Schubert's piano sonatas, well, is one of the hardest things in the world, especially this, the sonata in D major. It's a tough piece to master. Some pianists can play one or maybe two of the movements perfectly. But if you listen to all 4 movements as a unified whole, no one has ever nailed it. A lot of famous pianists have tried to rise to the challenge, but it's like there's always something missing. There's never one where you can say, yes, he's got it. Do you know why? No, I reply. Because the sonata itself isn't perfect. Robert Schumann understood Schubert's sonata as well, and he labeled this one heavenly tedious. If the composition's imperfect, why would so many pianists try to master it? Good question, Oshima says, and pauses the music, fills in the silence. I have no great explanation for it, but one thing I can say, works that have a certain imperfection to them have an appeal for that very reason, or at least they appeal to certain types of people. Just like you're attracted to Soseki's The Minor, there's something in it that draws you in. More than more fully realized novels, like Kokoro and Sanshiro. You discover something about that work that tugs at your heart, or maybe we should say the work discovers you. Schubert's sonata in D major is sort of the same thing. To get back to the question, I say, why do you listen to Schubert's sonatas, especially when you're driving? If you play Schubert's sonatas, especially this one straight through, it's not art. Like Schumann pointed out, it's too long and too pastoral, and technically too simplistic. Play it through the way it is, and it's flat and tasteless, some dusty antique, which is why every pianist who attempts it adds something of his own. Something extra, like this. Hear how he articulates it there, adding rubato, adjusting the bass, modulation, whatever. Otherwise, they can't hold it all together. They have to be careful though, or else all those extra devices destroy the dignity of the piece. Then it's not Schubert's music anymore. Every single pianist who's played the sonata struggles with the same paradox. He listens to the music, humming the melody, then continues. That's why I like to listen to Schubert while I'm driving. Like I said, it's because all the performances are imperfect. A dense artistic kind of imperfection stimulates your consciousness, keeps you alert. If I listen to some utterly perfect performance of an utterly perfect piece while I'm driving, I might want to close my eyes and die right then and there. But listening to the D major, I can feel the limits of what humans are capable of. That a certain type of perfection can only be realized through a limitless accumulation of the imperfect. And personally, I find that encouraging. Do you know what I'm getting at? Sort of. I'm sorry, Oshima says. I tend to get carried away on the subject. But there's all kinds of degrees of imperfection, right? I say. Sure, of course. Comparatively speaking, which performance of the D major sonata do you think is the best? Oh, that's a tough one. Oshima gives it some thought. He shifts down, swings over the passing lane, swiftly slips past a huge refrigerated 18-wheeler, shifts up, and steers back into the lane. Not to frighten you, but a green Miata is one of the hardest vehicles to spot on the highway at night. It has such a low profile, plus the green tends to blend into the darkness. Truck drivers especially can't see it from up in their cabs. It can be a risky business, particularly in tunnels. Sports cars really should be red. Then they'd stand out. That's why most Ferraris are red. But I happen to like green, even if it makes things more dangerous. Green's the color of the forest, red's the color of blood. He glances at his watch and goes back to humming along with the music. Generally, I'd have to say Brendel and Ashkenazi give me the best performances, though they don't do anything for me emotionally. Schubert's music challenges and shatters the ways of the world. That's the essence of the Romanticism, and Schubert's music is the epitome of the Romantic. I keep on listening to the sonata. What do you think? Kind of boring? He asks. Kind of, I admit. You can appreciate Schubert if you train yourself. I was the same way when I first listened to him. It bored me silly. It's only natural for someone your age. In time, you'll appreciate it. People soon get tired of things that aren't boring, but not of what is boring. Go figure. For me, I might have the leisure to be bored, but not to grow tired of something. Most people can't distinguish between the two. You said you're an unusual person. Do you mean because of the hemophilia? That's part of it, he says, and gives this devilish sort of smile. There's more to it than that. Schubert's long, heavenly sonata finishes, and we don't listen to any more music. We fall silent, each of us feeling in the silence with our own random thoughts. I gaze vacantly at the passing signs. At the junction, we turn south and the road heads into the mountains. One long tunnel after another. Oshima concentrates hard each time he passes another vehicle. We go by a number of slow-moving trucks on the road, and every time there's this whooshing moan of air, like somebody's soul is being yanked out. Occasionally, I took back to make sure my backpack's still tied down okay. The place we're headed is deep in the mountains. Not the most pleasant dwelling in the world, Oshima says. I doubt you'll see anybody else while you're there. There's no radio, TV, or phone. Sure you don't mind? I don't, I reply. You're used to being alone, Oshima comments. I nod. But solitude comes in different varieties. What's waiting for you might be a little unexpected. How so? Oshima pushes the bridge of his glasses. I can't really say. It might change depending on you. We get off the highway and start down a small regional roadway. Along the side road, near the exit, there's a small town. Oshima stops at a convenience store and buys almost more groceries than we can carry. Vegetables and fruit, crackers, milk, and mineral water. Canned goods, bread, voucher-packed instant food, mostly things that don't require much cooking. I start to take out my wallet, but he shakes his head and pays for all of it. Back in the sports car, we head down the road. I'm holding the bags that wouldn't fit into the trunk. Once we leave a little town, everything is dark around us. No houses and only an occasional car. The road, so narrow, it's hard for the two cars to pass each other. Oshima flips one of the high beams and races ahead, braking, accelerating, shifting from second to the third and back. His expression is fixed as he focuses on driving, lips tight, eyes riveted on the point up ahead in the darkness. Right hand clutching the top of the wheel, left hand poised for action on the gear shift knob. A sharp bluff appears on our left side. It looks like there's a mountain stream down below. The curves get sharper, the road more slippery, and a couple of times the rear end of the car spins. But I decide not to worry about it. As far as Oshima is concerned, having an accident here most likely isn't an option. My watch shows a little before 9. I crack open my window and let the cold air push in. Everything sounds different here. We're in mountains, heading in deeper. I breathe a sigh of relief when the road finally cuts away from the bluffs and turns into the forest. Trees magically soar above us. Our headlights light at the trunks, illuminating one after another. We're left the paved road behind, the tires squirting out pebbles that ricochet against the bottom of the car. The suspension dances up and down over the rough road. There's no moon out, no stars. A fine rain occasionally splashes against the windshield. Do you come here a lot? I ask. I used to. Now, with the job and all that, I can't come so often. My older brother's a surfer and lives on the shore in Kochi. He runs a surf shop there and makes surfboards. He comes here sometimes. Do you surf? Never tried it, I tell him. If you have the chance, you should have my brother teach you. He's very good, Oshima says. If you meet him, you'll see he's not at all like me. He's big, tan, kind of quiet, not so sociable, and likes beer, and wouldn't know Schubert from Wagner. But we get along really well. We continue down the road through thick woods and finally turn off. Oshima stops the car and, leaving the engine running, climbs out and unlocks the kind of wire fence and pushes it open. We drive inside and proceed down another windy, bumpy road into a clearing where the road ends. Oshima stops the car, sighs heavily, and brushes his hair back with both hands. Then kills the engine and sets the parking brake. The fan still hums, cooling off the overhead engine as steam rises from the hood. but with the engine off, a heavy stillness falls over us. I hear a small steam nearby and faint sound of water. High above us, the wind rustles symbolically. I open the door and step outside. Patches of chill hang in the air. I have a yacht on a yacht jacket over my t-shirt and zip up to my neck. There's a small building in front of us, a log cabin by the look of it, though it's too dark to see much. Just a dark outline floating against the background of the forest. The headlights still on, Oshima slowly approaches the cabin. Flashlight in hand, walks up the porch steps, takes out the key and unlocks the door. He goes inside, strikes a match and lights the lamp. He then steps out onto the porch, holding the lamp, and announces, "Welcome to my house." It all looks like a drawing in an old storybook. I walk up the steps and go inside. Oshima lights a lantern, larger lamp suspended from the ceiling. The cabin consists of a single big boxy room. There is a small bed in the corner, a dining table and 2 wooden chairs, an old sofa, a hopelessly faded rug, a bunch of old furniture nobody wanted, it looks like, just thrown together. There is a cider block on the board shelf crammed full of books, their covers worn like they've been read a lot. There's also an old chest for storing clothes, and a simple kitchen with a counter, a small gas stove and a sink, but no running water. Instead, an aluminium pail, I guess, is for water, a pan and kettle on a shelf, plus a frying pan hanging from the wall, and in the middle of the room there's a black wood-burning stove. My brother built this cabin almost all by himself. He took the original rough lumberjack hut and remodeled it completely. He's good with his hands. I was still pretty little when he helped out a bit, making sure I didn't get cut or anything. It's pretty primitive. No electricity, no running water, no toilet. The only modern convenience is the propane gas. Oshima pours some mineral water into the kettle and sets it to boil. My grandfather originally owned this mountain. He was a pretty wealthy man in Kochi, with a lot of property. He passed away 10 years ago, and my brother and I inherited almost the entire mountain. No other relatives wanted it. It's too far off the beaten track, and not worth much. If you were going to maintain it for harvesting trees, you'd have to hire people, and it'd cost too much. I often open the curtain at the window, and I can see the whole of total darkness. When I was just about your age, Oshima says, dripping chamomile tea bags into the pot, I used to come here a lot and live on my own. Not see anybody else, not talk to anybody. My brother almost forced me to. Usually, with somebody who has a disease like mine, you wouldn't do that. Too dangerous for them to be alone in some isolated spot. But my brother didn't mind. He leans back against the counter, waiting for the water to boil. He wasn't trying to discipline me or anything. It's just what he believed I needed. Looking back on it, I can see it was a good experience. Something I did need. I could read a lot. Think about things. To tell the truth, after a certain period, I hardly went to school. School and I had a sort of a mutual hate relationship going on. I was different from everybody else. Out of the kindness of their hearts, they let me graduate from junior high. But after that, I was on my own basically, just like you. Did I already tell you all this? I shake my head. Is that why you're being so nice to me? That's part of it, he says, then pauses. But that's not the whole reason. Oshima passes me a cup of tea and sips at his own. My nerves are tense after a long drive, and the chamomile is just what I need to calm down. Oshima glances at his watch. I'd better be going, so let me explain everything. There's a nice stream nearby you can use for water. It's spring-fed, so you can drink it as it is. much better than in these bottles of mineral water. There's firewood stacked up in the back, so use the stove if you get cold. It gets pretty chilly here. I've even used it back a few times in August. You can use the stove for simple cooking. If you need any other tools or anything, check the tool shed out back. And feel free to wear any cold clothes of my brother's you find in the dresser. He doesn't care if somebody's worn his things. Oshima rests his hands on his hips and gives the cabin a one-over. It's not some romantic getaway, it's for sure. But for simple living, I'll do. One thing I've got to warn you about. Don't go very far into the woods. The forest is really dense, and there's not a good path through it. Always keep the cabin in sight. It's easy to get lost if you go any further, and it's hard to find your way back. I had a terrible experience once there. I was only a couple hundred yards from here, but spent half a day going in circles. You might think Japan's a small country, that there's no chance you could get lost in a forest, but once you get lost in these woods, believe me, you stay lost. I file that way for future reference. And except for an emergency, I wouldn't come down off the mountain. It's too far for any other houses. Just wait here and I'll be back in a couple of days to pick you up. You have enough food to see you through. By the way, do you have a cell phone? I do, I tell him, pointing at my backpack. He grins at me. Keep it in your pack. It won't work here. You're out of range. And, of course, a radio won't work either. You're cut off from the world. You should be able to get a lot of reading done. I suddenly think of a very practical question. If there's no toilet, where should I go to the bathroom? Oshima spreads both hands wide. The forest is all yours. It's up to you. Chapter 14. Nakata visited the vacant lot for several days. One morning it rained heavily, so he spent the whole day doing simple woodworking in his room. But apart from that, he spent his time seated in the weeds waiting for the missing tortoiseshell cat to show up, or the man in the strange hat. But no luck. At the end of the day, Nakata stopped by the home of the people who'd hired him and gave an update on his search. Where he'd gone, what sort of information he'd managed to pick up. The cat's owner would pay him $20, his going rate. Nobody had ever officially set the fee. Word just got around that there was a master cat finder in the neighborhood, and somehow he settled on that daily rate. People would always give him something extra besides the money, too. Food, occasionally clothes, and a bonus of $80 once he actually tracked down the missing cat. Nakata wasn't constantly being asked to search for missing cats, so the fees he accumulated each month didn't add up too much. The older of his younger brothers paid his utilities out for the inheritance Nakata's parents had left him, which wasn't very much to begin with, and he lived on his meager savings and a municipal monthly subsidy. For the elderly handicapped, he managed to get by on the subsidy alone, so he could spend his cat-finding fees as he wished, and for him it seemed like a substantial amount. Sometimes, though, he couldn't come up with any idea of how to spend it other than enjoying his favorite grilled eel, going to the bank, or having a savings account at the post office involved filling out forms, so any leftover money he did beneath the tatami in his room. Being able to converse with cats was Nakata's little secret. Only he and the cats knew about it. People would think he was crazy if he mentioned it, so he never did. Everybody knew he wasn't very bright, but being dumb and being crazy are different matters altogether. Sometimes people would walk by when he was deep in the conversation with a cat, but they never seemed to care. It wasn't so unusual, after all, to see old folks talking to animals as if they were people. But if anyone did happen to comment on his abilities with cats and say something like, "Mr. Nakata, how are you able to know cats?" Happens so well. It's almost like you can talk to them. He'd just smile and let it pass. Nakata was always serious and well-mannered, with a pleasant smile, and was a favorite among the housewives in the neighborhood. His neat appearance also helped. Poor though he was, Nakata enjoyed bathing and doing laundry, and the nearly brand new clothes his clients often gave him only added to his clean-cut look. Some of the clothes, a salmon pink check Niklas golf shirt, for instance, didn't exactly suit him, but Nakata didn't mind as long as they were neat and clean. Nakata was standing at the front door giving a halting report to his present client, Miss Koizumi, on the search for her cat, Goma. Nakata finally got some information about little Goma. He began. A person named Kawamura said that a few days ago he saw a cat resembling Goma over at the empty lot, the one with the wall around it, over in the 2 Chrome district. It's 2 big roads away from here, and he said the age, coat and color are all the same as Goma's. Nakata decided to keep a lookout at the empty lot, so I take a lunch and sit there every day, morning till sunset. No, don't worry about it. I have plenty of free time, so unless it's raining hard, I don't mind at all. But if you think it's no longer necessary, ma'am, for me to be on the lookout, then please tell me. I will stop right away. He didn't tell her that this Mr. Kawamura wasn't a person, but a striped brown cat, that he figured would only complicate matters. Miss Koizumi thanked him. Her 2 little daughters were in a gloomy mood after their beloved pet suddenly vanished and had lost their appetite. Their mother couldn't just explain it away by telling them that the cat tended to disappear every once in a while. But despite the shock to the girls, she didn't have the time to go around town looking for their cat. That made her all the more glad to find a person like Nakata who, for a mere $20 per dime, would do his best to search for Goma. Nakata was a strange old man and had a weird way of speaking, but people claimed he was an absolute genius when it came to locating cats. She knew she shouldn't think about it like this, but the old man didn't seem bright enough to deceive anyone. She handed the fee in the envelope, as well as a Tupperware container with some vegetable rice and taro potatoes she'd just cooked. Nakata bowed as he took the Tupperware, sniffed the food and thanked her. "Thank you kindly. Taro is one of Nakata's favorites." "I hope you enjoyed," Miss Koizumi replied. A week had passed since he first stalked out at the empty lot, during which time Nakata had seen a lot of different cats come in and out. Kawamura was striped brown cat, stopped by a couple of times each day to say hello. Nakata greeted him and chatted about the weather with his subsidy. He still couldn't follow a word the cat said. "Crouch on pavement, Kawara's in trouble," Kawamura said. He seemed to want to convey something to Nakata, but the old man didn't have a clue, and he said so. The cat seemed perplexed by this, and repeated the same, possibly the same thought in different words. Kawamura stood, shouting tired. Nakata was even more lost. Too bad Mimi's not here to help out, he thought. Mimi'd give the cat a good slap on the cheek and get him to make some more sense. A smart cat, that Mimi, but Mimi never showed up in the field like this, since she hated getting fleas from other cats. Once he'd spilled out all these ideas Nakata couldn't follow, Kawamura left beaming. Other cats filtered in and out. At first, they were on their guard when they spotted Nakata, gazing at him from the distance in annoyance, but after they saw he was simply sitting there, doing nothing, they forgot all about him. In his typical friendly way, Nakata tried to strike up conversations. He'd say hello and introduce himself, but most of the cats turned a deaf ear, pretending they couldn't hear him, or stare right through him. The cats here were particularly adept at giving someone the cold shoulder. They must have had some pretty awful experiences with humans, Nakata decided. He was in no position to demand anything of them, and didn't blame them for their coldness. He knew very well that, in the world of cats, he would always be an outsider. "So you can talk, huh?" The cat, and a black and white tabby with torn ears, said a bit hesitantly as it glanced around. The cat spoke gruffly but seemed nice enough. "Yes, a little," Nakata replied. "Impressive all the same," the tabby commented. "My name's Nakata," Nakata said, introducing himself. "And your name would be?" "Ain't got one," the tabby said brusquely. "How about Okawa? Do you mind if I call you that?" "Whatever." "Well then, Mr. Okawa," Nakata said, "as a token of our meeting each other, would you care for some dried sardines?" "Sounds good. One of my favorite sardines." Nakata took a sarin-wrapped sardine from his bag and opened it for Okawa. He always had a few sardines with him, just in case. Okawa gobbled down the sardine, stripping it from head to tail, then cleaned his face. "That hit the spot. Much obliged. I'd be happy to lick you somewhere, if you'd like." "No, there's no need to. Nakata is grateful for the offer, but right now I don't need to be licked anywhere. Thanks all the same. Actually, I've been asked by its owner to locate a missing cat, a female tortoiseshell by the name of Goma." Nakata took the collar snapshot of Goma out of his bag and showed it to Okawa. "Someone told me this cat has been spotted in the vacant lot, so Nakata's been sitting here for several days waiting for Goma to show up. I was wondering if, by chance, you may have run across her." Okawa glanced at the photo and made a gloomy face. Frown lines appeared between his eyebrows and he blinked in concentration several times. "I am grateful for the sardine. Don't get me wrong, but can't talk about that. I'll be in hot water if I do." Nakata was bewildered. "In hot water if you talk about it? A dangerous, nasty business it is. I think you'd better ride that cat off. And if you know what's good for you, you'll stray away from this place. I don't want you to get in trouble. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help, but just consider this a warning. My way of thanking you for the food." With this, Okawa stood up, looked around, and disappeared into a thicket. Nakata sighed, took out his thermos, and slowly sipped some tea. Okawa had said it was dangerous to be here, but Nakata couldn't imagine how. All he was doing was looking for the lost cat. What could possibly be dangerous about that? Maybe it was that cat catcher with a strange hat Kawamura told him about. He was dangerous, but Nakata was a person, not a cat, so why should he be afraid of the cat catcher? But the world was full of many things Nakata couldn't hope to fathom, so he gave up thinking about it. With a brain like this, the only result he got from thinking too much was a headache. Nakata sipped the last drop of the tea, screwed the cap on the thermos, and placed it back inside his bag. After, Okabe disappeared into the thicket, and no other cats showed up for a long time. Just butterflies, silently fluttering about the weeds. A flock of sparrows flew into the lot, scattered in various directions, regrouped, and winged away. Nakata dozed off a few times, coming awake with a start. He knew approximately what time it was by the position of the sun. It was nearly evening when the dog showed up in front of him. A huge black dog suddenly appeared from out of the thicket, silently lumbering forward. From where Nakata sat, the beast looked like a calf, more like a calf than a dog. It had long legs, short hair, bulging, steely muscles, ears as sharp as knife points, and no collar. Nakata didn't know how much breeds of dogs, but one glance told him this was a vicious variety, or at least one that could turn mean if it had to. The kind of dog the military asked in its K9 corps. The dog's eyes were totally expressionless, and the skin around his mouth turned up, exposing wicked-looking fangs. Its teeth had blood stuck to them, and slimy bits of meat muttered around his mouth. Its bright red tongue flicked out between its teeth like a flame. The dog fixed his glare on Nakata and stood there, unmoving without a sound. For a long time, Nakata was silent too. He didn't know how to speak to dogs, only cats. The dog's eyes were all glazed and lifeless as glass beads congealed from swamp water. Nakata breathed quietly, slowly, but he wasn't afraid. He had a pretty good idea. He was face to face with a hostile, aggressive animal. Why this was, he had no idea. But he didn't carry this thought one step further and see himself in imminent peril. The concept of death was beyond his powers of imagination, and pain was something he wasn't aware of until he actually felt it. As an abstract concept, pain didn't mean a thing. One upshot of his was he wasn't afraid, even with this monstrous dog staring him down. He was merely perplexed. "Stand up," the dog said. Nakata gulped. The dog was talking. Not really talking, since its mouth wasn't moving, but communication through some means other than speech. "Stand up and follow me," the dog commanded. Nakata did as he was told, clambering up to his feet. He considered saying hello to the dog, then thought better of it. Even if they were able to converse, he didn't think it would be of much use. Besides, he didn't feel like talking with the dog, much less giving it a name. No amount of time would turn it into a friend. A thought crossed Nakata's mind. Maybe this dog has some connection with the governor, who found out he was getting money and finding cats and was going to take away his subsidy. Wouldn't surprise me at all, he thought, if the governor was this K9 kind of dog. And if that's what's going on, I'm in big trouble. Once Nakata got to his feet, the dog slowly started to walk away. Nakata shouldered his bag and set off after him. The dog had a short tail and, below its base, 2 little balls. The dog cut straight across the vacant lot and slipped out between the wooden fence. Nakata followed, and the dog never looked back. No doubt, He could tell by the sound of his footsteps that Nakata was behind him. As they drew closer to the shopping district, the streets grew more crowded, mostly with housewives out shopping. Eyes fixed straight ahead, the dog walked on, his whole bearing overpowering. When people speed this giant, violent-looking beast, they leaped aside, a couple of cyclists even getting off and crossing over to the other side of the street to avoid facing him. Walking behind this monstrous dog made Nakata feel that people were getting out of his way. Maybe they thought he was walking the dog minus a leash, and indeed some people shot him a reproachful look. This made him sad. "I'm not doing this because I want to," he wanted to explain to them. "Nakata's being led by this dog." He wanted to say, "Nakata is not a strong person, but a weak one." He followed the dog quite a distance. They passed a number of intersections and emerged from the shopping district. The dog ignored traffic signals at crosswalks. The roads weren't too wide, and the cars weren't going fast, so it wasn't all that dangerous to cross the road on red. The drivers slammed on their brakes when they saw this huge animal in front of them. For his part, the dog bared his fangs, glared at the drivers, and sauntered defiantly across the street. The dog knew full well that the traffic lights meant Nakata could sense, but was willfully ignoring them. The dog was used to getting his way. Nakata no longer knew where they were. At one point, they passed a residential area in Nakano Ward he was familiar with, but then they turned a corner and he was no longer in familiar territory. Nakata felt anxious. What was he going to do if he got lost and couldn't find his way back? For all he knew, they might not even be in Nakano Ward anymore. He craned his neck, trying to spot familiar landmarks, but no such luck. This was a part of the city he'd never seen before. Unconcerned, the dog kept walking, keeping a pace he knew Nakata could keep up with. Head up, ears perked, balls swaying like a pendulum. "Say, is this still Nakano Ward?" Nakata called out. The dog didn't respond or look around. "Do you work for the governor?" Again, no response. "Nakata's just looking for a lost cat, a small tortoise-shell cat named Goma." Nothing. This was getting him nowhere, and he gave up. They came to a corner in a quiet residential area with big houses, but no passerby, and the dog boredly strode through an open old-fashioned double gate set into an old-style stone wall surrounding one of the houses. A large car was parked in the carport, big and black just like the dog, and shiny. The front door of the house was open as well. The dog went right inside without hesitating. Before stepping into the house, Nakata took off his old sneakers and lined them up neatly at the entrance, stuffed his hiking hat inside a bag, and brushed grass blades off his trousers. The dog stood there, waiting for Nakata to make himself presentable, then went down the polished wooden corridor, leading him to what looked like either a sitting room or a library. The room was dark, the sun had almost set, and the heavy curtain at the window facing the garden was drawn. No lights were on. Further back in the room was a large desk, and it looked like someone was sitting beside it. Nakata knew he'd have to wait until his eyes adjusted to say for sure. A black silhouette floated there indistinctly, like a paper cutout. As Nakata entered the room, the silhouette slowly turned. Whoever was there sat in a swivel chair and had turned around to face him. His duty done, the dog came to a halt, plopped down on the floor, and closed his eyes. "Hello," Nakata said to the dark outline. The other person didn't say a thing. "Sorry to bother you, but my name is Nakata. I'm not an intruder." No reply. "This dog told me to follow him, so here I am. Excuse me, but the dog just went right into your house, and I came after him. If you don't mind terribly, I'll be leaving." "Take a seat on the sofa, if you would," the man said in a soft but strong tone. "All right, I'll do that," Nakata said, lowering himself into a one-person sofa. Right next to him, the dog was still a statue. "Are you the governor?" "Something like that," the man said from the darkness. "If that makes it easier for you, then go ahead and think that. It doesn't matter." The man turned around and tugged at the chain to turn on the floor lamp. A yellow, antiquish light snapped on, faint but sufficient for the room. The man before him was tall, thin, and wearing a black silk hat. He was seated on a leather swivel chair, his legs crossed in front of him. He had on a form-fitting red coat with long tails, a black vest, and long black boots. His trousers were as white as snow and fit him perfectly. One hand was raised in the brim of his hat, like he was tipping it politely to a lady. His left hand gripped a black walking stick by the round, gold knob. Looking at the hat, Nakata suddenly thought, "This must be the cat catcher." The man's features weren't as unusual as his clothes. He was somewhere between young and old, handsome and ugly. His eyebrows were sharp and thick, and his cheeks had a healthy glow. His face was terribly smooth, with no whiskers at all. Below narrowed eyes, a cold smile played at his lips. The kind of face it was hard to remember, especially since it was his unusual clothes that caught the eye. Put another set of clothes on him, and you might not even recognize the man. "You know who I am, I assume?" "No, sir, I'm afraid I don't," Nakata said. The man looked a bit let down by this. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am. I forgot to mention it, but Nakata isn't very bright." "You have never seen me before," the man said, rising the chair to stand sideways to Nakata, a leg raised as if he were walking. "Doesn't ring a bell?" "No, I'm sorry. I don't recognize you." "I see. Perhaps you're not a whiskey drinker, then," the man said. "That's right. Nakata doesn't drink or smoke. I'm poor enough to get a subsidy, so I can't afford that." The man sat back down and crossed his legs. He picked up a glass on the desk and took a sip of whiskey. Ice cubes clinked in the glass. "I hope you don't mind if I indulge." "No, I don't mind. Please feel free." "Thank you," the man said, gazing intently at Nakata. "So, you really don't know who I am?" "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't." The man's lips twisted slightly. For a brief moment, a cold smile rose like a distorted ripple on the surface of water, vanished, then rose up again. Anyone who enjoys whiskey would recognize me right away, but never mind. "My name is Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker. Most everyone knows who I am. Not to boast, but I'm famous all over the world. An iconic figure, you might say. I'm not the real Johnny Walker, mind you. I have nothing to do with the British Distilling Company. I've just borrowed his appearance and name." A person's got to have an appearance and name, right? Silence descended in the room. Nakata had no idea what the man was talking about, though he did catch a name, Johnny Walker. "Are you a foreigner, Mr. Johnny Walker?" Johnny Walker inclined his head. "Well, if that helps you understand me, feel free to think so, or not, because both are true." Nakata was lost. He might as well be talking with Komura the cat. "So you're a foreigner, but also not a foreigner, if that's what you mean." "That is correct." Nakata didn't pursue the point. "Did you have this dog bring me here, then?" "I did," Johnny Walker replied simply. "Which means that maybe you have something you'd like to ask me." "It's more like you have something to ask me," Johnny Walker replied, then took another sip of his whiskey. "As I understand it, you've been waiting in that vacant lot for several days for me to show up." "Yes, that's right. I completely forgot. Nakata's not too bright, and I forget things quickly. It's just like you said, I've been waiting for you in that vacant lot to ask you about a missing cat." Johnny Walker tapped his black walking stick smartly against the side of his back boots, and the dry stick click filled the room. The black dog's ears twitched. "The sun's setting, the tide's going out, so why don't we cut to the chase?" Johnny Walker said. "You wanted to see me because of this cat?" "Yes, that's correct. Miss Koizumi asked Nakata to find her, and I've been looking all over for Goma for the past 10 days or so. Do you know Goma?" "I know her very well." "And do you know where she might be?" "I do indeed." Lips slightly parted, Nakata stared at the silk hat, then back at his face. Johnny Walker's thin lips were tightly closed, with a confident look. "Is she nearby?" Johnny Walker nodded a few times. "Yes, very near." Nakata gazed around the room, but couldn't see any cats, only the writing desk, the swivel chair the man was seated on, the sofa he himself was on, 2 more chairs, the floor lamp, and the coffee table. "So, can I take Goma home?" Nakata asked. "That all depends on you." "On Nakata?" "Correct. It's all up to you," Johnny Walker said, the eyebrow raised slightly. "If you make up your mind to do it, you can take Goma back home and make Miss Koizumi and her daughters happy. Or you can never take her back and break their hearts. You wouldn't want to do that, I imagine." "No, Nakata doesn't want to disappoint them." "The same with me. I don't want to disappoint them either." "So, what should I do?" Johnny Walker twirled the walking stick. "I want you to do something for me." "Is it something that Nakata can do?" "I never ask the impossible. That's a colossal waste of time. Don't you agree?" Nakata gave it some thought. "I suppose so. Which means that what I'm asking you to do is something you're capable of doing." Nakata pondered this. "Yes, I'd say that's true. As a rule, there's always counter-evidence for every theory." "Beg pardon?" Nakata said. "For every theory, there has to be a counter-evidence. Otherwise, science wouldn't progress," Johnny Walker said, defiantly tapping his stick against his boots. The dog perked up his ears again. "Not at all." Nakata kept quiet. "Truth be told, I've been looking for someone like you for a long time," Johnny Walker said, "but it wasn't easy to find the right person. The other day, though, I saw you talking to a cat, and it hit me. This is the exact person I've been looking for. That's why I've had you come all this way. I feel bad about having you go to all that trouble though. No trouble at all. Nakata has plenty of free time. I've prepared a couple of theories about you, Johnny Walker said, and, of course, several pieces of counter-evidence. It's like a game, a mental game I play. But every game needs a winner and a loser. In this case, winning and losing involves determining which theory is correct and which theories aren't. But I don't imagine you understand what I'm talking about. Silently, Nakata shook his head. Johnny Walker tapped his walking stick against his boots twice, a signal for the dog to stand up. Chapter 15. Oshima climbs into his Miata and flips on the headlights. As he steps on the gas, bubbles shoot up, scraping the bottom of the car. He backs up, then turns around to face the road. He raises his hand in farewell, and I do the same. The brake lights are swallowed in the darkness, the sound of the engine fading. Then it's completely gone, and the silence of the forest takes over. I go back into the cabin and bolt the door shut from the inside, like it was lying in wait on me. Silence wraps itself around me tightly once I'm alone. The air, so cold, it's hard to believe it's early summer, but it's too late to light the stove. All I can do is crawl inside my sleeping bag and get some sleep. My mind's a little spacey from lack of sleep, and my muscles ache from bouncing around in the car so long. I turn down the light on the lamp. The room dims as the shadows that fill the corners grow more intense. It's too much trouble to change clothes, so I crawl into my sleeping bag with my jeans and the yacht jacket on. I close my eyes, but I can't fall asleep, my body trying to rest while my mind's wide awake. A bird occasionally breaks the silence of the night. Other sounds filter in too. Things I can't identify. Something trampling on fallen leaves, something heavy rustling the branches. The sound of a deep breath, the occasional ominous creak of floorboards on the porch. They sound like they're right near the cabin. An army of invisible creatures that populates the darkness and has me surrounded. And I feel like somebody's watching me. My skin smarts with the sense of eyes boring in on me. My heart beats out a hollow thump. Several times from inside the sleeping bag, I open my eyes a slit and peer around the dimly lit room, just to be sure no one else is there. The front door is bolted with a heavy bolt, and the thick curtains at the windows are shut tight. So I'm okay, I tell myself. I'm alone in this room and no one's gazing in at me through the windows. But still I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. My throat's parched and I'm having trouble breathing. I need to drink some water, but if I do, I'll need to take a leak, and that means going outside. I have to hold on till morning. Curled up in my sleeping bag, I give a small shake on my head. Are you kidding me? You're like some scarred little kid, afraid of the silence and the dark. You're not going to wimp out on me now, are you? You always thought you were tough, but when it hits that fan, you look like you're about to burst into tears. Look at you. I bet you're going to wet your bed. Ignoring him, I close my eyes tight, zip the bag up to just below my nose, and clear my head. I don't open my eyes for anything. Not when I hear an owl hooting. Not when something lands with a thud on the ground outside. Not even when I sense something moving inside the cabin. I'm being tested, I tell myself. Oshima spent a few days alone here too, when he was about my age. He must have been scared out of his wits, same as me. That's what he meant by solitude comes in. Different varieties. Oshima knows exactly how I feel being here alone at night, because he's gone through the same thing, and felt the same emotions. This thought helps me relax a little. I feel like I can trace the shadows of the past that linger here and imagine myself as a part of it. I take a deep breath and I fall asleep before I know it. It's after 6 a.m. when I wake up. The air is filled with a shower of bird calls. The birds busily flit from branch to branch, calling out to each other in piercing chirps. Their message has none of the deep echo and hidden implications of those the night before. When I pull back the curtains, every bit of last night's darkness has disappeared from around the cabin. Everything sparks in a newborn golden glow. I light up the stove, boil some mineral water, and make a cup of chamomile tea. Then open a box of crackers and have a few with cheese. After that, I brush my teeth and the sink and wash my face. I pull on the windbreaker over the yacht jacket and go outside. The morning light pours down through the tall trees into the open space in front of the cabin. Sunbeams everywhere, and mist floating like freshly minted souls. The pure clean air pierces my lungs with each breath. I sit down on the porch step and watch the birds scudding from tree to tree, listening to their calls. Most of them move about in pairs, constantly checking to see where their partner is, screeching out to keep in touch. I follow the sound of the water and find a stream right away, close by. Rocks form a kind of pool where the water flows in, swirling around in a maze of eddies before rushing back into the rejoin the stream. The water is clear and beautiful. I scoop some up to drink. It's cold and delicious, and then hold my hand in the current. Back at the cabin, I cook ham and eggs in the frying pan, make some toast using a metal net, and heat milk in a small pan to wash down my meal. After reading, I haul a chair out to the porch, prop my legs up on the railing, and spend the morning reading. Oshima's bookshelf is crammed full of hundreds of books. Only a few are novels, chiefly classics. Mostly, they're books on philosophy, sociology, history, geography, natural sciences, and economics. A huge number of subjects, a random selection of fields. Oshima said he'd hardly attended school at all, so this must have been how he got his education. I pick out a book on a trial of Adolf Eichmann. I have a vague notion of him as a Nazi war criminal, but no special interest in the guy. The book just happens to catch my eye, is that all. I start to read and learn how this totally practical lieutenant colonel in the SS, with his metal frame glasses and thinning hair, was, soon after the war started, assigned by Nazi headquarters to design a final solution for the Jews. Extermination, that is. And how he investigated the best ways of actually carrying his out. Apparently, he barely crossed his mind to question the morality of what he was doing. All he cared about was how best, in the shortest period of time and for the lowest possible cost, to dispose of the Jews. And we're talking about 11 million Jews he figured needed to be eliminated in Europe. Eichmann studied how many Jews could be packed into each railroad car and percentage would die of natural causes while being transported. The minimal number of people needed to keep this operation going. The cheapest method of disposing of the dead bodies. Burning or burying or dissolving them. Seated at his desk, Eichmann pored over all these numbers. Once he put it into operation, everything went pretty much according to plan. By the end of the war, some 6 million Jews had been disposed of. Strangely, the guy never felt any remorse. Sitting in court in Tel Aviv, behind bulletproof glass, Eichmann looked like he couldn't, for the life of him, figure out why he was being tried, or why the eyes of the world were upon him. He was just a technician, he insisted, who'd found the most efficient solution to the problem assigned to him. Wasn't he doing just what any good bureaucrat would do? So why was he being singled out and accused? Sitting in the quiet woods with birds chirping all around me, I heard the story of this practical guy. In the back of the book, there's a penciled note Oshima had written. His handwriting's pretty easy to spot. It's all a question of imagination. Our responsibility begins with the power to imagine. It's just like Yeats said, in dreams begin responsibilities. Flip this around and you could say that where there's no power to imagine, no responsibility can arise. Just like we see with Aikman. I tried to picture Oshima sitting in this chair, his usual nicely sharpened pencil in hand, looking back over his book and writing down his impressions. In dreams begin responsibilities, the words hit home. I shut the book, lay it on my lap, and think about my own responsibility. I can't help it. My white t-shirt was soaked in fresh blood. I warmed the blood away with these hands, so much blood the sink turned red. I imagine I'll be held responsible for all that blood. I try to picture myself being tried in court, my accusers doggedly trying to pin the blame on me, angrily pointing fingers glaring at me. I insist that I can't be held responsible for something you couldn't remember. I don't have any idea what really took place, I tell them, but they counter with this. It doesn't matter whose dream it started out as. You have the same dream, so you're responsible for whatever happens in the dream. The dream crept inside you, right down the dark corridor of your soul. Just like Adolf Eichmann caught up, whether he liked it or not, in the twisted dreams of a man called Hitler. I put the book down, stand up, and stretch. I have been reading for a long time and need to get up and move around a little. I take the aluminum pail by the sink and go to the stream to fill it. Next, I take an armload of firewood from the shed and in the back and set in it by the stove. In the corner of the porch, there's a faded nylon rope for hanging out laundry. I pull out my damp clothes from the backpack, smooth out all the wrinkles, and hang them up to dry. I take everything else out of the backpack and lay it out on the bed. Then sit down at the desk and fill in my diary for the last few days. I see a pen with a fine tip and write down in the small letters everything that's happened to me. I don't know how long I'll remember all the details, so I better get them out as fast as I can. I search my memory, how I lost consciousness and came in to the woods behind a shrine. The darkness and my blood-soaked shirt. Phoning Sakura, spending all night at her place. How we talked, how she did that to me. She'd said, I don't get it. You don't have to tell me that. You don't just go ahead and imagine what you want. You don't need my permission. How can I know what's in your head? But she got it wrong. What I imagine is perhaps very important. For the entire world. That afternoon I decide to go into the woods. Oshima said that going too far into the forest is dangerous. Always keep the cabin in sight. He warned me, but I'll probably be here for a few days and I should know something about this massive wall of a forest that surrounds me. Better to know a little, I figure, than nothing at all. Empty-handed, I say goodbye to the sunny lot and step into the gloomy sea of trees. There's a kind of rough path trod down through the forest, mostly following the lay of the land, but improved here and there, where the few flat rocks laid down like little stepping stones. Places prone to erosion have been neatly buttressed with wooden planks, so that even if the weeds grow over it, you can still follow the path. Maybe Oshima's brother worked on the path little by little each time he stayed here. I follow it into the woods, uphill at first, then it goes down and skirts around a higher boulder before climbing up again. Overall, it's mostly uphill, but not very tough climb. Tall trees line both sides, with dull-colored trunks, thick branches growing out every which way, dense leaves overhead. The ground is covered with undergrowth and ferns that have managed to soak up as much of the faint light as they can. In places where the sun doesn't reach, most moss has silently covered the rocks. Like someone excitedly relating a story, only to find the words pretending out the path gets narrower and further I go, the undergrowth taking over. Beyond a certain point, it's hard to tell if it's really a path or something that just vaguely resembles one. Eventually, it's completely swallowed up in the sea of ferns. Maybe the path does continue up overhead, but I decide to save that exploration for next time. I don't have one on the right kind of clothes and haven't really prepared for that. I come to a halt and turn around. Suddenly, nothing looks familiar. There's nothing that I can cling to. A tangle of tree trunks ominously blocks the view. It's dim, the air filled with a stagnant green, and not a bird to be heard. I'm suddenly covered in goosebumps. But there's nothing to worry about, I tell myself. The path is right over there. As long as I don't lose sight of that, I'll be able to return to the light. Eyes glued to the ground, I carefully trace my steps, and after much longer than it took me to get there, finally arrive back in front of the cabin. The lot is filled with bright, early summer sunlight, and the clear calls of birds echo as they search for food. Everything's exactly the same as I left it. Or at least I think it is. The chair I was sitting on is still on the porch. The book I was reading is face down like I've left it. Now I know exactly how dangerous the forest can be, and I hope I never forget it. Just like Crow said, the world's filled with things I don't know about. All the plants and trees there, for instance, I'd never imagined that trees could be so weird and unearthly. I mean, the only plants I've ever really seen or touched till now are the city kind, neatly trimmed and cared for, bushes and trees. But the ones here, the ones living here, are totally different. They have a physical power, their breath gazing any humans who might chance by, their gaze zeroing in on the intruder like they're spotted their prey, like they have some dark, prehistoric magical powers, like deep-sea creatures rule the ocean depths, and the forest trees reign supreme. If it wanted to, the forest could reject me, or swallow me up whole. A healthy amount of fear and respect might be a good idea. I'll go back to the cabin, take my compass out of my backpack, and check that the needle's showing north. I might come in handy sometime, so I slid it in my pocket. I go sit on the porch, gaze at the woods, and listen to Cream and Duke Ellington on my Walkman. Songs I recorded off a library's collection of CDs. I played Crossroads a couple of times. Music helps me calm down, but I can't listen for very long. There's no electricity here and no way to recharge the batteries, so once my extra batteries are dead, the music's over for good. I work out a bit before dinner. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, handstands, different kinds of stretching exercises. A routine that keeps you in shape without any machines or equipment. Kind of boring, I'll admit, but you get a decent workout. A trainer at the gym taught me the routine. Prisoners in solitary confinement like this best, he explained, calling it the world's loneliest workout routine. I focus on what I'm doing and go through the couple of sets. My shirt getting sweaty in the process. After a simple dinner, I go out on the porch and gaze up at the stars, twinkling about, a random scattering of millions of stars. Even in the planetarium, you wouldn't find this many. Some of them look really big and distinct, like if you reached your hand out intently, you could touch them. The whole thing is breathtaking. Not just beautiful though. The stars are like the trees in the forest, alive and breathing. And they're watching me. What I've done up until now. What I'm going to do. They know it all. Nothing gets past their watchful eyes. As I sit there under the shining night sky, again a violent fear takes hold of me. My heart's pounding a mile a minute, and I can barely breathe. All these millions of stars looking down at me, and I've never given them more than one a passing through before. Not just stars, how many other things I haven't noticed in the world, things I know nothing about. I suddenly feel helpless, completely powerless, and I know I'll never outrun that awful feeling. Back inside the cabin, I carefully arrange some firewood in the stove, pull up a few sheets of old newspaper, light it, and make sure the wood catches fire. In grade school, I was sent to camp and learned how to build a fire. I hated camp, but at least one good thing came out of it, I suppose. I opened the damper to let the smoke out. It doesn't go well at first, but when a piece of kindling catches the fire, spreads to the other sticks. I shut the door on the stove and scraped a chair over in front of it, set a lamp nearby, and pick up where I'd left off in the book. Once the fire's built up, I built a kettle of water on top of boil. And after a while, the kettle bubbles pleasantly. Back to Eichmann, of course, his project didn't always go according to plan. Conditions at various sites slowed things down. When this happened, he acted like a human being, at least a little. He got angry, is what I'm saying. He grew incensed at the uncertain elements that threw his elegant solution into disarray. Trains run late, bureaucratic red tape held things up. People in charge were replaced, and relations with their successors didn't go well. After the collapse of the Russian front, concentration camp guards were sent there to fight. There were heavy snowfalls, power outages, not enough poison gas to go around. Rail lines were bombed. Eichmann hated the war itself, that element of uncertainty that screwed up his plans. At his trial, he described all this, no emotion showing on his face. His recall was amazing. His life was entirely made up of these details. At 10, I put the book down, brushed my teeth, and washed my face. The fire bathes the room in an orange glow, and the pleasant warmth calls my tension and fear. I snuggle into my sleeping bag, dressed only in a t-shirt and boxers. Compared to last night, I am able to shut my eyes easily. Thoughts of Sakura cross my mind. I was thinking how nice it'd be if I was your real sister. she said. None of that tonight. I've got to get some sleep. A long topples over in the stove. An owl hoots outside, and I topple down into an indistinct dream. The next day is the same. Birds wake me up a little after 6. I boil some water, make a cup of tea, and have breakfast. Read on the porch, listen to music, go fill up the water pail at the stream, and I walk down the path into the woods, this time carrying my compass, glancing at it once in a while, to get a general idea of where the cabin is. I found a hatchet in the shed and use it to chop simple hatch marks on trees. I clear out some of the underbrush to make the path easier to follow. Just like yesterday, the forest is dark and deep, the towering trees forming a thick wall on both sides. Something of the forest is hiding there, in the darkness between the trees, like some 3D painting of an animal watching my every move. But the fear that made me shudder isn't there anymore. I've made my own rules, and by following them, I won't get lost. At least, I hope not. I come to the place where I stopped yesterday and forge on, stepping into the sea of ferns. After a while, the path remages, and again I'm surrounded by a wall of trees, on whose trunks I hack out some markings as I go. Somewhere in the branches above me, a huge third bird flaps its wings, but looking up I can't spot it. My mouth is dry. I walk on the for a while and reach a round sort of clearing surrounded by tall trees. It looks like the bottom of the gigantic well. Sunlight shoots down through the branches like a spotlight illuminating the ground at my feet. The place feels special somehow. I sit down in the sunlight and let the faint warmth wash over me, taking out a chocolate bar from my pocket and enjoying the sweet taste, realizing all over again how important sunlight is to human beings. I appreciate every second of that precious light. The intense loneliness and helplessness I felt under those millions of stars has vanished. But as time passes, the sun's angle shifts and the light disappears. I stand up and retrace the path back to the cabin. In the afternoon, dark clouds suddenly color the sky a mysterious shade, and it starts raining hard, pounding the roof and windows of the cabin. I strip naked and run outside, washing my face with soap and scrubbing myself all over. It feels wonderful. In my joy, I shut my eyes and shout out meaningless words as the large raindrops strike me on the cheeks. The eyelids, chest, side, penis, legs, and butt. The stinging pain, like a religious initiation of something. Along with the pain, there is a feeling of closeness, like for once in my life, the world's treating me fairly. I feel elated, as if all of a sudden I've been set free. I face the sky, hands held wide apart, open my mouth wide, and gulp down the falling rain. Back inside the hut, I dry off with a towel, sit down on the bed, and look at my penis. A light-colored, healthy, youthful penis. The head still stings a little from the rain. For a long while, I stare at this strange organ that most of the time has a mind of its own and contemplates thoughts not shared by my brain. I wonder if Oshima, when he was my age and stayed here, struggled with sexual desire. He must have, but I can't picture him taking care of business on his own. He's too detached, too cool for that. I was different from everybody else, he'd said. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure he wasn't just spouting something off the top of his head. He didn't say it to be mysterious and coy either. I consider jerking off, but think better of it. Being pummeled by the rain so hard made me feel strangely purified, and I want to hold on to that sensation a while longer. I pull some boxers, take a few deep breaths, and start doing squats. 100 squats later, I do 100 sit-ups. I focus on the muscle group at a time. Once my routine's done, my mind's clear. The rain's stopped, the sun's starting to shine through the breaks of the clouds, and the birds have started chirping again. But that calm won't last long, you know. It's like beasts that never tire, tracking you everywhere you go. They come out at you deep in the forest. They're tough, relentless, merciless, untiring, and they never give up. You might control yourself and not masturbate, but they'll get you in the end. As a wet dream. You might dream about raping your sister, your mother. It's not something you can control. It's a power beyond you, and all you can do is accept it. You're afraid of imagination, and even more afraid of dreams, afraid of the responsibility that begins in dreams. But you have to sleep, and dreams are a part of a sleep. When you're awake, you can suppress imagination, but you can't suppress dreams. I lie down in the bed and listen to Prince on my headphones, concentrating on the strangely unceasing music. The batteries ran out in the middle of Little Red Corvette. The music disappearing like it's been swallowed up by quicksand. I yank off my headphones and listen. Silence, I discover, is something you can actually hear. Chapter 16. The black dog stood up and led Nakata out of the study and down a dark corridor in the kitchen, which had only a couple of windows and was dark. Though it was neat and clean, it had an inert feel, like a science lab in school. The dog stopped in front of the doors of a large refrigerator, turned around, and drilled. Nakata, with a cold look, opened the left door. He said in a low voice. Nakata knew it wasn't the dog talking, but Johnny Walker, speaking to Nakata through him, looking at Nakata through the dog's eyes. Nakata did as he was told. The avocado green refrigerator was taller than he was, and when he opened the left door, the thermostat came on with a thump. The motor groaning up to life, white vapor, like frog, wafted out. This side of the refrigerator was a freezer, at a very low setting. Inside was a row, about 20 round, fruit-like objects, neatly arranged. Nothing else. Nakata bent over and looked at them fixedly. When the vapor cleared, he saw it wasn't fruit at all, but the severed heads of cats, cut-off heads of all colors and sizes, arranged on 3 shelves like oranges at a fruit stand. The cats' faces were frozen, facing forward. Nakata gulped. Take a good look, the dog commanded. Check with your eyes whether Goma's in there or not. Nakata did this, examining the cats' heads one by one. He didn't feel afraid. His mind focused on finding the missing little cat. Nakata carefully checked each head, confirming that Goma's wasn't among them. No doubt about it. Not a single tortoise shell. The faces of the bodiless cats had a strangely vacant expression, not one of them appearing to have suffered. That, at least, brought Nakata a sigh of relief. A few of the cats had their eyes closed, but most were staring out blankly at a point in space. I don't see Goma here, Nakata said in a flat tone. He cleared his throat and shut the refrigerator door. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, I am sure. The dog stood up and led Nakata back to the study. Johnny Walker was still seated in a swivel chair, waiting for him. As Nakata entered, he touched the brim of his silk hat in greeting and smiled pleasantly. When he clapped his hands loudly twice and the dog left the room. "I'm the one who cut off all those heads," he said. He lifted his glass of whiskey and took a drink. "I am collecting them." "So, you're the one who's been catching cats in that vacant lot and killing them?" "That's right. The infamous cat killer Johnny Walker, at your service." Nakata doesn't understand this so well. "So, do you mind if I ask you a question?" "Be my guest," Johnny Walker said, lifting his glass. "Feel free to ask anything. To save time, though, if you don't mind, I can guess that the first thing you want to know is why I have to kill all these cats. Why I'm collecting their heads. Am I right?" "Yes, that's right. That's what Nakata wants to know." Johnny Walker set his glass down on the desk and looked straight at Nakata. "This is an important secret I wouldn't tell just anybody. For you, Mr. Nakata, I'll make an exception. But I don't want you telling anybody else. Not that they'd believe you, even if you did." He chuckled. "Listen, I'm not killing cats just for the fun of it. I'm not so disturbed I find it amusing." He went on. "I'm not just some dilettante with time on his hands. It takes a lot of time and effort to gather and kill this many cats. I'm killing them to collect their souls, which I use to create a special kind of flute. And when I blow that flute, it'll let me collect even larger souls. Then I collect larger souls and make an even bigger flute. Perhaps, in the end, I'll be able to make a flute so large it's rivaled the universe. But first come the cats. Gathering their souls is the starting point of the whole project. There's an essential order you have to follow in everything. It's a way of showing respect, following everything in the correct order. It's what you need to do when you're dealing with other souls. It's not pineapples and melons I'm working out with here, right?" "Yes," Nakata replied, but actually he had no idea. A flute? Was he talking about a flute you held sideways? Or maybe a recorder? What sort of sound would it make? And what did he mean by cat's souls? All of this exceeded his limited powers of comprehension. But Nakata did understand one thing. He had to locate Goma and get her out of here. "What you want to do is take Goma home," Johnny Walker said, as though reading Nakata's mind. "That's right. Nakata wants to take Goma back to her home." "That is your mission," Johnny Walker said. "We all follow our mission in life. That's natural. Now, I imagine you've never heard a flute made out of cats' souls, have you?" "No, I haven't." "Of course you haven't. You can't hear it with your ears. It's a flute you can't hear." "Correct. I can hear it, of course," Johnny Walker said. "If I don't hear it, none of this will work. Ordinary people, though, can't detect it, even if they do hear it. They don't realize it. They may have heard it in the past, but don't remember. A very strange flute for sure. But maybe, just maybe, you might be able to hear it, Mr. Nakata. If I had a flute on me right now, we could try it. But I'm afraid I don't." Then, as if recalling something, he pointed one finger straight up. "Actually, I was about to cut off the heads of the cats I've rounded up. Harvest time. I've got all the cats that can be caught in a vacant lot, and it's time to move on. The cat you're looking for, Goma, is among them. Of course, if I cut her head off, you wouldn't be able to take her home to the Koizumus. Now would you?" "That's right," Nakata said. He couldn't take back Goma's cut-off head to the Koizumis. If those two little girls saw that, they might give it up eating forever. I want to cut off Goma's head, but you don't want that to happen. Our two missions, our two interests conflict. That happens a lot in the world, so I'll tell you what. We'll negotiate. What I mean is, if you do something for me, I'll return the favor and give you Goma safe and sound. Nakata lifted a hand above his head and vigorously rubbed his salt and pepper hair, his habitual pose when puzzling over something. Is it something I can do? I thought we'd already settled that, Johnny Walker said with a wry smile. Yes, we did, Nakata said, remembering. That's correct. We did settle that already. Pardon me. We don't have a lot of time, so let me jump to the conclusion, if you don't mind. What you can do for me is kill me. Take my life, in other words. Hand resting on the top of his head, Nakata stared at Johnny Walker for a long time. You want Nakata to kill you? That's right, Johnny Walker said. Truthfully, I'm sick and tired of this life. I've lived a long, long time. I don't even remember how old I am, and I don't feel like living any longer. I'm sick and tired of killing cats, but as long as I live, that's what I have to do. Murder one cat after another to harvest their souls, following things in the correct order. Step 1 to step 10, then back 1 again. An endless repetition. And I've had it. Nobody respects that I'm doing it. Doesn't make anybody happy. But the whole thing is all fixed already. I can't just suddenly say I quit and stop what I'm doing. And taking my own life isn't an option. That's already been decided too. There are all sorts of rules involved. If I want to die, I have to get somebody else to kill me. That's where you come in. I want you to fear me, to hate me with a passion, and then terminate me. First, you fear me, then you hate me, and finally, you kill me. But why? Why ask me? Nakata never killed anyone before. It's not the kind of thing I'm suited for. I know, you've never killed anyone, and don't want to, but listen to me. There are times in life when those kinds of excuses don't cut it anymore. Situations where nobody cares whether you've suited for the task at hand or not. I need you to understand that. For instance, it happens in war. Do you know what war is? Yes, I do. There was a big war going on when Nakata was born. I heard about it. When a war starts, people are forced to become soldiers. They carry guns and go to the front lines and have to kill soldiers on the other side, as many as they possibly can. Nobody cares whether you like killing other people or not. It's just something you have to do. Otherwise, you're the one who gets killed. Johnny Walker pointed his index finger at Nakata's chest. Bang, he said. Human history in a nutshell. Is the governor going to make Nakata a soldier and order me to kill people? Yes, that's what the governor will do. Tell you to kill somebody. Nakata thought about things, but couldn't quite figure it out. Why in the world would the governor do that? You've got to look at this way. This is war. You are a soldier. And you have to make a decision. Either I kill the cats, or you kill me. One or the other. You need to make a choice, right here and now. This might seem an outrageous choice, but consider this. Most choices we make in life are equally outrageous. Johnny Walker lightly touched his silk hat, as if making sure it was still in place. The one saving grace for you here, if needed, you need such a thing, is the fact that I want to die. I've asked you to kill me, so you don't need to suffer any pangs of consequence. You're doing exactly what I'm hoping for. It's not like you're killing somebody who doesn't want to die. In fact, you're doing a good deed. Nakata wiped away the beads of sweat that had formed on his hairline. But There is no way Nakata could do something like that. Even if you tell me to kill you, I don't know how to go about it. I hear you, Johnny Walker said admiringly. You've never killed anybody before, so you don't know how to go about it. Alright then, let me explain. The knack to killing someone, Mr. Nakata, is not to hesitate. Focus your prejudice and execute it swiftly. That's the ticket when it comes to killing. I have an excellent example right here. It's not a person, but it might help you get the picture. Johnny Walker stood up and picked up a large leather case from the shadows below the desk. He placed it on the chair where he had been sitting and opened it, whistling a cheery tune. As if performing a magic trick, he extracted a cat from out of the case. Nakata had never seen this cat before, a gray-striped male that had just reached adulthood. The cat was limp, but its eyes were open. It looked conscious, though only barely, still whistling his merry tune, Hey Ho, from Disney's Snow White. The one the 7 dwarfs sang. Johnny Walker held up the cat like he was showing off the fish he'd just caught. I've got 5 cats inside this case, all from the vacant lot. A fresh batch, just picked, fresh from the groove, so to speak. I've given them all injections to paralyze them. It's not an anesthetic, they're not asleep, and they can feel pain, but they can't move their arms or legs, or even their heads. I do this to keep them from thrashing about. What I'm going to do is slice them open their chests with a knife, extract their still beating hearts, and cut their heads off, right in front of your eyes. There'll be lots of blood and unimaginable pain. Imagine how much it'd hurt if somebody cut open your chest and pulled out your heart. Same thing holds true for cats. It's got to hurt. I feel sorry for the poor little things. I'm not some cold, cruel sadist, but there's nothing I can do about it. There has to be pain. That's the rule. Rules everywhere you look here. He winked at Nakata. A job is a job. Got to accomplish your mission. I'm going to dispose of 1 cat after another and finish off Goma last. So you still have some time to decide what you should do. Remember now, it's either I kill the cats or you kill me. There is no other choice. Johnny Walker placed the limp cat on top of the desk, opened a drawer, and, with both hands, extracted a large black package. He carefully unwrapped it and spread out the contents of the desk. These included a small electric saw, scalpels of various sizes, and a very large knife, all of them gleaming like they'd just been sharpened. Johnny Walker lovingly checked each and every blade as he lined them up on the desk. Next, he got several metal trays from another drawer and arranged them too on the desk. Then, he took a large black plastic bag from a drawer, all the white whistling Hey Ho. As I mentioned, Mr. Nakata, in everything there's a proper order, Johnny Walker said. You can't look too far ahead. Do that and you lose sight of what you're doing and stumble. I'm not saying you should focus solely on details right in front of you, mind you. You've got to look ahead a bit or else you'll bump into something. You've got to follow the proper order and at the same time keep an eye out for what's ahead. That's critical, no matter what you're doing. Johnny Walker narrowed his eyes and gently stroked the cat's head. He ran the tip of his index finger up and down the cat's belly, then picked up a scalpel in his right hand and without any warning made an incision straight down the stomach. It all happened in an instant. The belly split wide open and reddish guts spilled out. The cat tried to scream, but barely made any sound at all. His tongue, after all, was numb. and he could hardly open his mouth. But his eyes were contorted in terrible pain, and Nakata could well imagine how awful this pain was. A moment later, blood gushed out, welling Johnny Walker's hands, and running down his vest, but he didn't pay attention. Still, to the accomplishment of hey-ho, he thrust his hand inside the cat's body, and with a small scalpel, skillfully cut loose the tiny heart. He placed the gory lump on his palm and held out for Nakata to see. "Take a peek, it's still beating." Then, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, he popped the heart into his mouth and began chewing silently, leisurely, savoring the taste, his eyes glistening like a child enjoying a pastry hot from the oven. He wiped the blood from his mouth with the black back of his hand and carefully licked his lips clean, fresh and warm and still beating in my mouth. Nakata stared at the scene before him without a word. He couldn't look away. The smell of fresh blood filled the room. Still whistling the jolly tune, Johnny Walker severed the cat's head off. The teeth of the saw crunched through the bone and severed it. He seemed to know exactly what he was doing. The neck bone wasn't very thick, so the whole operation was quickly finished. But the sound had a strange weight to it. Johnny Walker lovingly placed the severed head on the metal tray, as if relishing a work of art. He narrowed his eyes and gazed at it intently. He stopped whistling for a second, extracted something stuck between his teeth with a fingernail, popped it in his mouth and carefully tasted it. Then smacked his lips, satisfied, and gulped it down. Next, he opened the black plastic bag and casually tossed in the dead cat's body, like some useless shell. "One down," Johnny Walker said, spreading his bloody hands in front of Nakata. "A bit of work, don't you think? You can enjoy a nice, fresh heart, but look how bloody you get. No, my hand will rather the multitudinous seas. Incarnadine, making them green one red." A line from Macbeth. This isn't as bad as Macbeth, but you wouldn't believe the dry cleaning bills. This is a special outfit, after all, if you wear a surgical gown and gloves, but I can't. Another rule, I'm afraid. Nakata didn't say a word, though something was beginning to stir in his mind. The room smelled of blood. The stains of hey-ho rang in his ears. Johnny Walker pulled out the next cat from the bag. A white female, not so young, with the tip of her tail bent a little. As before, he stroked the cat's head for a while, then leisurely traced an invisible line down her stomach. He picked up a scalpel and again made a quick cut open up the chest. The rest was the same as before, the silent scream, the convulsing body, guts spilling out, pulling out the bloody heart, showing it to Nakata, popping it in his mouth, chewing it slowly, the satisfied smile, whipping the blood away from the back of his hand, all with hey-ho as background music. Nakata sank back in his chair and closed his eyes. He held his head in his hands and fingertips digging into the temples. Something was definitely rising up within him, a horrible confusion transforming his very being. He was breathing rapidly, and a hard pain throbbed in his neck. His vision was changing drastically. "Mr. Nakata," Johnny Walker said brightly, "don't pop out on me yet. We're just getting to the main event. That was just the opening act, a mere warm-up. How we're getting to the lineup, you know. So open your eyes wide and take a good long look. This is the best part. I hope you'll appreciate how hard I've tried to make this entertaining for you. Whistling this tune, he took out the next cat. Sunk in his chair, Nakata opened his eyes and looked at the next victim. His mind was a complete blank, and he couldn't even stand up. I believe you already know each other, Johnny Walker said. But I'll do the honors anyway. Mr. Nakata, this is Mr. Kawamura. Mr. Kawamura, Mr. Nakata. Johnny Walker tipped his head in a theatrical gesture, greeting first Nakata, then the paralyzed cat. Now that you've said hello, I'm afraid we move right into farewells. Hello, goodbye. Like flowers scattered in the storm, man's life is one long farewell, as they say. He gave Kawamura's soft stomach a gentle caress. Now's the time to stop me if you're going to, Mr. Nakata. Time is ticking away, and I won't hesitate. In the dictionary of the infamous cat killer Johnny Walker, hesitate is one word you won't find. And indeed, without any hesitation at all, he slit open Kawamura's belly. This time, the scream was audible. Maybe the cat's tongue hasn't been fully paralyzed, and perhaps it was a special kind of scream that only Nakata could hear. An awful, blood-curdling scream. Nakata closed his eyes and held his trembling head in his hands. You have a look, John Walker commanded. That's another one for our rules. Closing your eyes isn't going to change anything. Nothing's going to disappear just because you can't see what's going on. In fact, things will be even worse the next time you open your eyes. That's the kind of world we live in, Mr. Nakata. Keep your eyes wide open. Only a coward closes his eyes. Closing your eyes and plugging up your ears won't make time stand still. Nakata did as he was told and opened his eyes. Once he was sure they were open, Johnny Walker made a show of devouring Kawamura's heart, taking more time than before to savor it. It's soft and warm, just like fresh eel liver, Johnny Walker commented. He then lifted a bloody index finger to his mouth and sucked it. Once you've acquired a taste for this, you get hooked, especially the sticky blood. He wiped the blood off the scalpel, whistling cheerily as always, and sawed off Kawamura's head. The fine teeth of the blade cut through the bone and blood spurted out everywhere. Please, Mr. Walker, Nakata can't stand it anymore. Johnny Walker stopped whistling. He halted his work and scratched an earlobe. That won't fly, Mr. Nakata. I'm sorry you feel bad. I really am. But I can't just say, okay, will do, and call this off. I told you, this is war. It's hard to stop a war once it starts. Once the sword is drawn, blood's going to be spilled. This doesn't have anything to do with the theory or logic, or even my ego. It's just a rule, pure and simple. If you don't want any more cats to be killed, you've got to kill me. Stand up, focus your hatred, and strike me down. And you've got to do it now. Do that, and it's all over. End of story. Johnny Walker started whistling again. He finished cutting off Kawamura's head and tossed the headless body into the garbage bag. Now there were 3 heads lined up on the metal tray. They'd suffered such agony, yet their faces were as strangely vacant as those of the cats lined up in the freezer. Next comes the Siamese, Johnny Walker said. This, and then extracted a limp Siamese from his bag, which, of course, turned out to be Mimi. So, now, we come to little Mi Chiamano Mimi, the Puccini opera. This little cat really does have the elegant coquetry, doesn't she? I'm a big Puccini fan myself. Puccini's music is kind of, what should I call it, eternally antagonistic to the times. Mere popular entertainment. You might argue, but it never gets old. Quite an artistic accomplishment. He whistled a bar from Mi Chiamano Mimi. But I have to tell you, Mr. Nakata, it took some doing to catch Mimi. She's clever and cautious, very quick on the draw, not the type to get suckered into anything. One tough customer, but the cat that can elude Johnny Walker, the matchless cat killer, has yet not been born. But that I'm bragging or anything. I'm just trying to convey how hard it was to nab her. At any rate, voila! Your friend Mimi. Siamese are my absolute favorites. You're not aware of this, but a Siamese cat's heart is a real gem. Sort of like truffles. It's okay, Mimi. Never fear. Johnny Walker's here, ready to enjoy your warm little heart. Ah, you're trembling. Johnny Walker. From deep inside himself, Nakata managed to force out the words in a low voice. Please stop it. If you don't, Nakata is going to go crazy. I don't feel like myself anymore. Johnny Walker laid Mimi down on the desk and, as always, let his fingers slowly crawl along her belly. So you're no longer yourself, he said, carefully and quietly. That is very important, Mr. Nakata, a person not being himself anymore. He picked up a scalpel he hadn't used yet and tested its sharpness with the tip of his finger. Then, as if doing a trial cut, he ran the blade along the tip of his finger, back of his hand. A moment later, blood oozed up, dripping onto the desk and Mimi's body. Johnny Walker chuckled. A person's not being himself anymore, he repeated. We're no longer yourself. That's the ticket, Mr. Nakata. Wonderful. The most important thing of all. Oh, full of scorpions is my mind. Macbeth again. Without a word, Nakata stood up. No one, not even Nakata himself, could stop him. With long strides, he walked over to the desk and grabbed what looked like a steak knife. Grasping the wooden handle firmly, he plunged the blade into Johnny Walker's stomach, piercing the black vest. Then stabbed again in another spot. He could hear something, a loud sound that at first he didn't know what it was. But then he understood. Johnny Walker was laughing, stabbed in the stomach and chest, his blood spouting out. He continued to laugh. That's the stuff, he yelled. You didn't hesitate. Well done. Laughing like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. Soon though, his laughter turned into a sob. The blood, gurgling in his throat, sounded like a drain coming unplugged. A terrible convulsion racked his body. The blood gushed out of his mouth, along with dark, slimy lumps. The hearts of the cats he'd eaten. The blood spewed over the desk, onto Nakata's golf shirt. Both men were drenched in blood. Mimi too, lying on the desk, was soaked with it. Johnny Walker collapsed at Nakata's feet. He was on his side, curled up like a child on a cold night. He was unmistakably dead. His left hand was pressed against his throat, his right thrust straight out and through, reaching for something. The convulsions had ceased, and of course the laughter. A faint sneer still showed on his lips. Blood puddled on the wooden floor, and the silk hat had rolled off into the corner. The hair on the back of Johnny's Walker head was thin, the skin visible beneath. Without the hat, he looked much older and more feeble. Nakata dropped the knife, and it clattered on the floor, as loudly as the gear of some large machine cracking away in the distance. Nakata stood next to the body for a long time. Everything in the room had come to a standstill. Only the blood continued, silently, to flow, the puddle slowly spreading across the floor. Finally, Nakata pulled himself together and gathered Mimi up from the desk, warm and limp in his hands. She was covered in blood, but apparently unharmed. Mimi looked up, as if trying to tell him something, but the drag kept her mouth from moving. Nakata then found Goma inside the case and lifted her out. He's only seen photos of her, but felt a wave of nostalgia, like he was meeting a long-lost friend. Goma, he murmured, holding the two cats. Nakata sat down on the sofa. Let's go home, he told them, but he couldn't stand up. The black dog had appeared from somewhere and sat down next to his dead master. He might have lapped at a pool of blood, but Nakata couldn't remember. For sure, his head felt heavy and dim, and he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His mind began to fade, and before he knew it, sank into the darkness. Chapter 17. It's my third night in the cabin. With each passing day, I've gotten more used to the silence and how incredibly dark it is. The night doesn't scare me anymore, or at least not much. I fill the stove with firewood, settle down in front of it, and read. When I get tired, I just space out and stare at the flames. I never grow tired of looking at them. They come in all shapes and colors, and move around like living things. They are born, connect up, part company, and die. When it's not cloudy, I go outside and gaze up at the sky. The stars don't seem as intimidating as before, and I'm staring to feel closer to them. Each one gives out its own special light. I identify certain stars and watch how they twinkle in the night. Every once in a while, they blaze more brightly for a moment. The moon hangs there, pale and bright, and if I look closely, it's like I can make out individual cracks on the surface. I don't form any coherent thoughts, just gaze, enthralled by the sky. Having no music doesn't bother me as much as I thought it would. There are lots of other sounds that take its place. The chirping of birds, the cries of all sorts of insects, the gurgle of the brook, the rustling of leaves, rain falls, something crumbles across the cabin roof, and sometimes I hear indescribable sounds I can't explain. I never knew the world was full of so many beautiful natural sounds. I've ignored them my entire life, but not now. I sit on the porch for hours, with my eyes closed, trying to be inconspicuous, picking up each and every sound around me. The woods don't scare me as much as they used to either, and I've started to feel a kind of closeness and respect. That said, I don't venture too far from the cabin and stay on the path. As long as I follow these rules, I shouldn't get too precarious. That's the important thing. Follow the rules, and the woods will wordlessly accept me, sharing me some of their peace and beauty. Cross the line through and beasts of silence lay and wait to maul me with razor-sharp claws. I often lie down in a round little clearing and let the sunlight wash over me. Eyes closed tight, I give them up to it, ears tuned to the wind whipping through the treetops. Wrapped in the deep fragrance of the forest, I listen to the flapping of birds' wings, to the stirring of the ferns. I'm freed from gravity and float up, just a little, from the ground and drift in the air. Of course, I can't stay there forever. It's just a momentary sensation. Open my eyes and it's gone. Still, it's an overwhelming experience, being able to float in the air. It rains hard a couple of times, but it doesn't last. And each time I run outside naked to wash myself. Sometimes I get all sweaty exercising, rip off my clothes, and sunbathe on the porch. I drink a lot of tea and concentrate on reading, sitting on the porch or by the stove. Books on history, science, folklore, mythology, sociology, psychology, Shakespeare, you name it. Instead of racing straight through, I reread parts I think are most important till I understand them, to get something tangible out of them. All sorts of knowledge seeps, bit by bit, into my brain. I imagine how great it'd be to stay here as long as I wanted. There are lots of books on the shelf I'd like to read. Still, plenty of good food. But I know I'm just passing through and will have to leave before long. This place is too calm, too natural, too complete. I don't deserve it, at least not yet. On the fourth day, Oshima shows up late in the morning. I'm stark naked, sprawled on the chair on the porch, dozing in the sun, and don't hear him approach. I don't hear the sound of his car shouldering my backpack. He's walked here up the road. He quietly steps on the porch, sticks out his hand and lightly brushes my head. Startled, I leap to my feet and scramble around for a towel. There isn't one handy. Don't sweat it, Oshima says. When I stayed here, I used to sunbathe nude all the time. It feels great, having the sun on places it never reaches. Naked like this in front of him, I feel totally defenseless and vulnerable. My pubic hair, penis, balls all exposed. I have no idea what to do. It's a little too late to cover up. Hey, I say, straining to sound casual. So, you walked up? It's such a nice day I decided to, he says. I lift my car down by the gate. He takes a towel draped over the railing and hands it to me. I wrap it around my waist and can finally relax. Singing a song in a low voice, he boils water, then takes out flour, eggs, and milk from his pack and whips up some pancakes in the frying pan. Tops these with butter and syrup. He then takes out lettuce, tomatoes, and an onion. He's very careful with the kitchen knife as he chops up everything for the salad. We have all this for lunch. So, how were your 3 days here? He asks, cutting a piece of pancake. I tell him that a wonderful time I had. I omit the part about going into the woods. Somehow it's better not to talk about it. I'm glad, Oshima says. I was hoping you'd like it here. But we're going back to the city now, aren't we? That's right. It's time to go back. Getting ready to leave, we briskly straighten up the cabin, wash the dishes and put them away in the shelves, clean up the stove, empty the water pail, shut the valve in the propane tank, store the food that will last in the cupboard, throw the rest away, sweep the floor, wipe off the tops of the tables and chairs, dig a hole outside and to bury the garbage. As Oshima locks up the cabin, I turn to look one last time. Up till a minute ago, it felt so real, but now it seems imaginary. Just a few steps is all it takes for everything associated with it to lose all sense of reality. And me, the person who was there until a moment ago, not I seem imaginary too. It takes 30 minutes to walk to where Oshima parked the car, and we hardly exchange a word as we go down the mountain road. Oshima's humming some melody. I let my mind wander. At the bottom, the little green sports car blends into the background of the forest. Oshima closes the gate to discourage trespassers, wraps the chain around it twice, and locks the padlock. Like before, I secure my backpack and to the rack on the back of the car. The top's down. Back to the city, Oshima says. I nod. I'm sure you enjoyed living all alone with nature like that, but it's not easy to live there for a long time, Oshima says. He puts on sunglasses and fastens his seatbelt. I sit down beside him and snap on my seatbelt. In theory, it's not impossible to live like that, and of course, there are people who do. But nature is actually kind of unnatural in a way, and relaxation can actually be threatening. It takes experience and preparation to really live with those contradictions. So we're going back to the city for a time being, back to civilization. Oshima steps onto the gas, and we start down the mountain road. This time, he's not in a hurry and drives at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery and the rush of wind that whips through his bangs. The unpaved road ends and we start down the narrow paved road, passing villages and fields. Speaking of contradictions, Oshima suddenly says, when I first met you, I felt a kind of contradiction in you. You're seeking something, but at the same time, running away for all you're worth. What is it I'm seeking? Oshima shakes his head. He glances in the rearview mirror and frowns. I have no idea. I'm just saying I got that impression. I don't reply. From my own experience, when someone is trying very hard to get something, they don't. And when they're running away from something as hard as they can, it usually catches up to them. I'm generalizing, of course. If you generalize about me, then what's in my future? If I'm seeking and running at the same time? That's a tough one, Oshima says and smiles. A moment passes before he goes on. If I had to say anything, it would be this. Whatever it is you're seeking won't come in the form of you're expecting. Kind of an ominous prophecy. Like Cassandra. Cassandra? I ask. The Greek tragedy. Cassandra was the princess of Troy who prophesied. She was a temple priestess, and Apollo gave her the power to predict fate. In return, he tried to force her to sleep with him, but she refused, and he put a curse on her. Greek gods are more mythological than religious figures. By that, I mean they have the same character flaws humans do. They fly off the handle, get horny, jealous, forgetful, you name it. He takes a small box of lemon drops out of the glove compartment and pops one in his mouth. He motions for me to take one, and I do. What kind of curse was it? The curse on Cassandra? I nod. The curse Apollo laid on her was that all her prophecies would be true, but nobody would ever believe them. On the top of that, her prophecies would all be unlucky ones. Predictions of betrayals, accidents, deaths, the country falling into ruin. That sort of thing. People not only didn't believe her, they began to despise her. If you haven't read them yet, I really recommend the plays by Euripides and Achilles. They show a lot of essential problems we struggle with even today in chorus. Chorus, what's that? That's what they called the chorus they used in Greek plays. It stands at the back of the stage and explains in unison the situation or what the characters are feeling deep down inside. Sometimes they even try to influence the characters. It's a very convenient device. Sometimes I wish I had my own chorus standing behind me. Are you able to prophesy? No such luck, He smiles. For better or for worse. I don't have that kind of power. If I sound like I'm always predicting ominous things, it's because I'm a pragmatist. I use deductive reasoning to generalize, and I suppose this sometimes winds up sounding like unlucky prophecies. You know why? Because reality is just the accumulation of ominous prophecies come to life. All you have to do is open a newspaper on any given day and weigh the good news versus the bad news, and you'll see what I mean. Oshima carefully downshifts at each curves, the kind of practiced gear shifting you hardly notice. Only the change in the sound of the engine gives it away. There is one piece of good news, though, he says. We've decided to take you in. You'll be a staff member of the Komura Memorial Library, which I think you're qualified for. Instinctively, I glance at him. You mean I'm going to be working at the library? More precisely, from now on you'll be a part of the library. You're going to be staying in the library, living there. You'll open the doors when it's time for the library to open, shut them when it's time to close up. As I said before, you seem to be pretty self-disciplined and fairly strong, so I don't imagine the job will be very hard for you. Miss Sayeki and I aren't all that strong physically, so it'll really help us out a lot. Other than that, you'll just help with small day-to-day things. Nothing to speak of, really. Making delicious coffee for me, going out shopping for us. We've prepared a room that's attached to the library for you to stay in. It's originally a guest room, but we don't have any guests staying over, so it hasn't been used for a long time. That's where you live. It has its own shower too. The best thing is you'll be in the library, so you can read whatever you like. But why? I begin to say, but can't finish. Why are you doing this? It's all based on a very simple principle. I understand you, and Miss Sayeki understands me. I accept you, and she accepts me. So, even if you're some unknown 15-year-old runaway, that's not a problem. So, what do you think? I give it some thought. All I was looking for was a roof over my head. That's all that matters right now. I don't really know what it means to become part of the library, but if it means I can live there, I'm grateful. At least I won't have to commute anymore. Then it's settled, Oshima says. Let's go to the library. So you can become a part of it. We get on the highway and pass a number of towns. A giant billboard for a loan company, a gas station with gaudy decorations, a glass-enclosed restaurant, a love hotel made up to look like a European castle, an abandoned video store with only its sign left, a pachinko place with an enormous parking lot, a McDonald's, 7-Eleven, Yoshinoya, Denny's. Noisy reality starts to surround us. The hiss of 18-wheelers, air brakes, horns, and exhaust. Everything near me until now. This fire in the stove, the twinkle of the stars, the stillness of the forest, has faded away. I find it hard to even imagine them. There are a couple of things you should know about Miss Sayeki, Oshima says. When she was little, my mother and Miss Sayeki were classmates, and very close. She says that Miss Sayeki was a bright little girl. She got good grades, was good at composition, sports, all kinds of things. And could play piano very well too. She was the best at whatever she tried, and beautiful. Of course she'd try. Quite a stunning person. I nod. When she was still in grade school, she had a sweetheart, the eldest son of the Komura family, a distant relative actually. They were the same age and made a handsome couple, a regular Romeo and Juliet. They lived near each other and were never apart. And when they became adults, they fell in love. They were like one body and spirit, according to my mother. We're waiting at the red light, and Oshima looks up at the sky. When a signal turns green, he steps on the gas, and we zoom in front of the tanker truck. Do you remember what I told you in the library? About how people are always wandering around, searching for their own half. That part about male-male, female-female, and male-female. Right. What Aristophanes said, how we stumble through our lives desperately fumbling for our other half. Miss Sayaki and that young man never had to do that. They were born with their other half right there in front of them. They were lucky. Oshima nods. Absolutely, up to a point. He rubs his chin with his palm like he's checking out how well he shaved. There's no trace of the razor. His skin is as smooth as porcelain. When the young man was 18, he went to Tokyo to go to college. He had good grades and a major interest in it. He also wanted to see what the big city was like. She went to a local college and majored in piano. This is a conservative part of the country, and she came from an old-fashioned kind of family. She was an only child, and her parents didn't want her going off to Tokyo, so the two of them were separated for the first time in their lives, just like God had cut them cleanly apart with a knife. Of course, they wrote to each other each day. It might be good for us to try being apart like this, he wrote her. Then we can really tell how much we mean to each other. But she didn't believe that. She knew their relationship was real enough that they didn't need to go out of their way to test it. It was a one-in-a-million union, fated to be, something that could never be broken apart. She was absolutely sure of that. But he wasn't. Or maybe he was, but simply didn't accept it. So he went ahead and went to Tokyo, thinking that overcoming a few obstacles would strengthen their love for each other. Men are like that sometimes. When she was 19, Miss Sayaki wrote a poem, set it to music, and played the piano and sang it. It was a melancholy melody, innocent and lovely. The lyrics, on the other hand, were symbolic, contemplative, hard to figure out. The contrast gave the song a kind of spirit and immediacy. Of course, the whole song, lyrics and melody, was her way of crying out to her boyfriend, so far away. She sang a song a few times in front of people. She was ordinarily shy, but she loved to sing and had even been in a folk music band in college. Someone was very impressed by the song, made a demo tape, and sent it to a friend of his who was a director at a record company. He loved the song and had her go to their studio in Tokyo to record it. It was their first time in Tokyo, and she was able to see her boyfriend between recording sessions. They were able to love each other as before. My mother said she thought they'd had a sexual relationship since they were around 14. Both were rather precocious, and like many precocious young people, they found it hard to grow up. It was as if they were eternally 14 or 15. They clung to each other and could again feel the intensity of their love. Neither of them had ever been attracted to anybody else. Even while they were apart, no one else could ever come between them. Sorry, am I boring you with this fairy tale romance? I shake my head. I have a feeling you're about to come to a turning point. You're right, Oshima says. That's how the stories happen. With a turning point, an unexpected twist. There's only one kind of happiness, but misfortune comes in all shapes and sizes. It's like Tolstoy said, happiness is an allegory, unhappiness a story. Anyway, the record went on sale and was a huge hit. It kept on selling. 1 million copies, 2 million. I'm not sure of the exact figure. At any rate, it was a record-breaking number at the time. Her photo was on the record jacket, a picture of her, seated at the piano in a studio, smiling at the camera. She hadn't prepared any other songs, so the B-side on the single was an instrumental version of the same song, with a piano and an orchestra. She, of course, playing the piano. A beautiful performance. It was around 1970. The song was on all the radio stations at the time, my mother said. This was before I was born, so I didn't know for sure. This was her one and only song as a professional singer. She didn't put out an LP or a follow-up single. I wonder if you've heard that song. Do you listen to the radio much? I shake my head. I hardly ever listen to the radio. You probably haven't heard it, then, unless it's on some oldie station changes. Chances are you haven't. But it's a wonderful song. I have it on a CD and listen to it every once in a while. Miss Sayaki's not around. Of course. She hates any mention of the song. She doesn't like anyone bringing up the past. What's the name of the song? Kafka on the Shore, Oshima says. Kafka on the Shore. That's right. Kafka Tamura, the same name as you. A strange coincidence, don't you think? But Kafka isn't my real name. Tamura is, though. But you chose it yourself, right? I nod. I decided a long time ago that this was the right name for the new me. That's the point, I'd say, Oshima says. Misaki's boyfriend died when he was 20, Oshima goes on, right when Kafka on the Shore was a hit. His college was on a strike during the period of student unrest and shut down. He went to bring supplies to a friend of his who was manning the barricades. Just before 10 one night, the students occupying the building mistook him for a leader of an opposing faction. He did resemble him a lot, and grabbed him, tied him to the chair, and interrogated him as a spy. He tried to explain that they'd made a mistake, but every time he did, they smashed him with a steel pipe or baton. When he fell to the floor, they'd kick him with boots. By dawn, he was dead. His skull was caved in, his ribs broken, his lungs ruptured. They tossed his corpse out on the street like a dead dog. 2 days later, the college asked the National Guard to come in, and within a couple of hours the student revolt was put down and several of them were arrested and charged with murder. The students confessed what they'd done and were put on trial, but since it wasn't premeditated, 2 of them were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and given short prison sentences. His death was totally pointless. Miss Sayaki never sang again. She locked herself in the room and wouldn't talk to anybody, even on the phone. She didn't go to his funeral and dropped out of college. After a few months, people suddenly realized she was no longer in town. Nobody knows where she went or what she did. She vanished into thin air. After her best friend, Oshima's mother, didn't have a clue. Rumors flew that she's been committed to a mental hospital after a failed suicide attempt in the deep forest surrounding Mount Fuji. Others said a friend of a friend had spotted her on the streets of Tokyo. According to this person, she was working in Tokyo as a writer or something. Other rumors had it she was married and had a child. All of these, though, were groundless, with nothing to back them up. 20 years passed. No matter where she was or what she was doing all the time, Misaki didn't hurt for money. Her royalties for Kafka on the Shore were deposited in a bank account, and even after taxes still amounted to a substantial sum. She got royalties every time the song was played on the radio or included in an oldies compilation. So it was simple for her to live far away, out of the limelight. Besides, her family was rich and she was their only daughter. Suddenly, 25 years later, Miss Saeki reappeared in Takamatsu. The ostensible reason was her mother's funeral. Her father had died 5 years before, but she didn't come to his funeral. She held a small service for her mother and then, after things had quieted down, sold the house she'd been born and raised in. She moved into an apartment she'd purchased in a quiet part of the city, and seemed to settle down again. After a time, she had some talks with the Komura family. The head of the family, after the death of the eldest son, was his younger brother, 3 years younger. It was just the two of them, and no one knows what they talked about exactly. The upshot was Miss Saeki became head of the Komura library. Even now, she's slim and beautiful, and was the same neat, smart look you see on the record jacket of Kafka on the Shore. But there's a thing missing. That lonely, innocent smile. She still smiles from time to time. Definitely a charming smile, but it's always limited somehow. A smile that never goes beyond the moment. A high, invisible wall surrounds her, holding people at arm's length. Every morning she drives her grey Volkswagen Golf to the library, and drives it back home in the evening. Back in her hometown, she had very little to do with the former friends and relatives. If they happen to meet, she makes polite conversation, but this seldom goes beyond a few standard topics. If the past happens to come up, especially if it involves her, she makes a quick, smooth sage to the topic. She's always polite and kind, but her words lack the kind of curiosity and excitement you'd normally expect. Her true feelings, assuming such things exist, remain hidden away, except for when a practical sort of decision has to be made. She never gives her personal opinion about anything. She seldom talks about herself, instead letting others talk, nodding warmly as she listens. But most people start to feel vaguely uneasy when talking with her, as if they suspect they're wasting her time, trampling on her private, graceful, dignified world, and that impression is, for the most part, correct. So even after settling back into her hometown, she remained a cipher, a stylish woman wrapped in refined mystery. Something about her made it hard to approach her. Even her nominal employers, the Komura family, kept their distance. Eventually, Oshima became her assistant and started to work in the library. At the time, Oshima wasn't working or going to school, just staying at home reading and listening to music. Except for a few people he exchanged emails with, he hardly had any friends. Because of his hemophilia, he spent a lot of time going to see a specialist at the hospital, riding around town in the Mazda Miata, and the occasional stay at the cabin in the Kochi Mountains. He never left town, not to imply that he was unhappy with his life. One day, Oshima's mother happened to introduce him to Miss Saeki, who took an instant liking to him. The feeling was mutual, and the notion of working in the library intrigued him. Oshima soon became the only person Miss Saeki normally dealt with or spoke to. Sounds to me like Miss Saeki came back here in order to become head of the library, I say. I'd have to agree. Her mother's funeral was just an opportunity that brought her back. Her hometown must be so full of bittersweet memories that I imagine it was a hard decision to return. Why was the library so important to her? Her boyfriend used to live in the building that's part of the library now. He was the eldest Komura son, and a love of reading was in his blood, I suppose. He liked to be alone, another family trait, So when he went into junior high, he insisted on living apart from the main house in a separate building, and his parents gave their okay. The whole family loved reading, so they could understand where he was coming from. If you want to be surrounded by books, it's fine with us. That kind of thing. So he lived in that annex with nobody bothering him, coming back to the main house only for meals. Miss Sayaki went to see him there almost every day. The two of them studied together, listened to music, talked forever, and most likely made love there. The place was their own bit of paradise. Both hands resting on top of the steering wheel, Oshima looks over at me. That's where you'll be living now, Kafka, in that room. As I said, the library's been renovated, but it's the very same room. Silence on my part. Miss Sayaki's life basically stopped at age 20, when her lover died. No, maybe not age 20, maybe much earlier. I don't know the details, but you need to be aware of this. The hands of the clock buried inside her soul ground to a halt then. Time outside, of course, flows on as always, but she isn't affected by it. For her, what we consider normal time is essentially meaningless. Meaningless? Oshima nods, like it doesn't exist. What you're saying is Miss Sayaki still lives in that frozen time. Exactly. I'm not saying that she's some living corpse or anything. When you get to know her better, you'll understand. Oshima reaches out and lays a hand on my knee in a totally natural gesture. Kafka, in everybody's life, there's a point of no return. And we reach a point. All we can do is quietly accept the fact that that's how we survive. We're about to merge onto a main highway. Before we do, Oshima stops the car, puts up the top, and slips the Schubert Sonata into the CD player. There's one other thing I'd like you to be aware of. He goes on. Miss Sayaki has a wounded heart. To some extent, that's true of us all, present company included. But Miss Sayaki has a special individual wound that goes beyond the usual meaning of the term. Her soul moves in mysterious ways. I'm not saying she's dangerous, don't get me wrong. On the day-to-day level, she's definitely not her act together. Probably more than anybody else I know. She's charming, deep, intelligent, but just don't let it bother you if you notice something odd or about her sometimes. Odd? I can't help asking. Oshima shakes his head. I really like Miss Sayaki. I respect her. I'm sure you'll come to feel the same way. This doesn't really answer my question, but Oshima doesn't say anything. With perfect timing, he shifts gears, steps on the gas, and passes a small van just before we enter a tunnel. Chapter 18. Nakata found himself face up in a clump of weeds. As he awakened, he slowly opened his eyes. It was night, but he couldn't see any stars or the moon. Still, the sky was faintly light. He could smell the strong scent of summer grasses and hear insects buzzing around. Somehow he was back in the vacant lot he'd been stalking out every day. Feeling something rough and warm brush against his face, he turned and saw two cats eagerly licking both of his cheeks with their tongues. It was Goma and Mimi. Nakata slowly sat up, reached out and patted them. Was Nakata asleep? He asked. The cats cried out like they were complaining about something, but Nakata couldn't catch the words. He had no idea what they were trying to tell him. They were just two cats meowing. I beg your pardon, but I can't understand what you're trying to say. He stood up and checked his body to make sure he was nothing out of the ordinary. He felt no pain, and his arms and legs were working fine. His eyes took some time to adjust to the darkness, but once they did, he saw that there wasn't any blood on his arms or clothes. His clothes weren't rumpled or messed up either. He looked the same as when he'd left the apartment. His canvas bag was right beside him, lunch and thermos inside, and his hat was inside his trouser pocket, where it belonged. Everything was in order. Nakata couldn't figure out what was going on. In order to save the two cats, he'd stopped Johnny Walker, the cat killer, to death. That much he remembered all too clearly. He could still feel the knife in his hands. It wasn't a dream. Blood had spurted out of Johnny Walker and he'd collapsed to the floor, curled up and died. Then Nakata had sunk back on the couch and lost consciousness. And the next thing he knew, here he was, lying among the weeds in a vacant lot. But how did he get back here? He didn't even know the back road. And his clothes had no blood on them. Seeing Mimi and Goma beside him proved it wasn't a dream, but for some strange reason he couldn't understand the word they said. Nakata sighed. He couldn't think straight, but never mind. He'd figure it all out. He slung the bag over his shoulder, picked up the two cats, and left the vacant lot. Once outside the fence, Mimi started to squirm as if she wanted to be let down. Nakata lowered her to the ground. "Mimi, you can come back home on your own, I imagine. It's nearby." "That's right," Mimi's waggling tail seemed to say. "Nakata doesn't understand what's happened, but for some reason I can't talk with you anymore. But I was able to find Goma, and I had better take her back to the Kozumis. Everyone is waiting for her. Thank you so much for everything, Mimi." Mimi meowed, wagged her tail again, and scurried off and disappeared around the corner. There was no blood on her either. Nakata decided to remember that. The Koizumis were overjoyed by Goma's return. It was past 10 p.m., but the children were still up, brushing their teeth before bed. Their parents were drinking tea and watching the news on TV, and they welcomed Nakata warmly. The two little girls in pajamas jostled each other to be the first to hug their precocious pet. They quickly gave Goma some milk and cat food, which she eagerly tucked into. "My apologies for stopping by so late at night. It would be much better to come earlier, but Nakata couldn't help it." "That is all right," Miss Kozumi said. "Please don't worry about it." "Don't worry about the time," her husband said. "That cat is like a member of our family. I can't tell you how happy we are you could find her. How about coming and having a cup of tea?" "No, thank you. Nakata must be going. I just wanted to get Goma back to you as soon as possible." Miss Koizumi went to another room and returned with Nakata's pay in the envelope, which her husband handed to Nakata. "It's not much, but please accept this token for all you've done. We're very grateful." "Thank you very much. Much obliged," Nakata said, and bowed. "I'm surprised, though, you could find her in the dark like this." "Yes, it's a long story. Nakata can't tell the whole thing. I'm not too bright and not so good at giving long explanations." "That's quite all right. We're so grateful to you, Mr. Nakata," Miss Koizumi said. "I'm sorry it's just leftovers, but we have some grilled eggplant and vinaigrated cucumbers we'd like to take home with you." "I'd be happy to. Grilled eggplant and vinegared cucumbers are some of Nakata's favorites." Nakata stowed the Tupperware container of food and the envelope in his bag. He walked quickly toward the station and went to the police box near the shopping district. A young officer was seated at the desk inside, intently working on some paperwork. His hat was on top of the desk. Nakata slid the glass door open. "Good evening, sorry to bother you," he said. "Good evening," the policeman replied. He looked up from the paperwork and gave Nakata a once-over. Basically a nice, harmless old man with his professional assessment most likely stopping by to ask directions. Standing at the entrance, Nakata removed his hat and stuffed it in his pocket, then took a handkerchief from the other pocket and blew his nose. He folded up the handkerchief and put it back. "Is there something I can do for you?" the policeman asked. "Yes, there is. Nakata just murdered somebody." The policeman dropped his pen on the desk and stared open-mouthed at the old man. For the moment, he was speechless. "What the—" "Here, why don't you sit down?" he said dubiously, pointing to the chair opposite him. He reached out and checked out that he had his pistol, baton, and handcuffs on him. "Thank you," Nakata said, and sat down. Back held straight, hands resting in his lap. He looked straight at the officer. "So, what you're saying is, you killed somebody?" "Yes, Nakata killed a person with a knife, just a little while ago," Nakata admitted frankly. The young officer took out a form, glanced at the clock on the wall, and noted down the time of the statement about a knifing. "I'll need you to name the address." "My name is Satoru Nakata. My address is—" "Just a moment. What characters do you write your name with?" "I don't know about characters. I'm sorry, but I can't write, or read either." The officer frowned. "You're telling me that you can't read at all? You can't even write your name?" "That's right. Until I was 9, I could read and write, but then there was an accident, and after that I can't. Nakata is not too bright." The officer sighed and laid down his pen. "I can't fill out the form if I don't know how to write your name." "I apologize. Do you have any family?" "Nakata's all alone. I have no family and no job. I live on a subsidy from the governor. It's pretty late, and I suggest you go home. Go home and get some good night's sleep, and then tomorrow, if you remember something, come and see me again. We can talk then." The policeman was nearing the end of his shift and wanted to finish up all his paperwork before he went off duty. He'd promised to meet a fellow officer for a drink at the nearby bar when he got off, so the last thing he wanted was to waste his time talking to some crazy old coot. But Nakata gave him a harsh look and shook his head. "No, sir. Nakata wants to tell everything while he still remembers it. If I wait until tomorrow, I might forget something important." Nakata was in an empty lot in the 2 Chrome section. The Koizumis had asked me to find their missing cat, Goma. Then a huge black dog suddenly appeared and took me to a house. A big house with a big gate and a black car. I don't know the address. I've never been to that part of the town before, but I'm pretty sure it's a Nakano word. Inside the house was a man named Johnny Walker who had on a funny kind of black hat, a very high sort of hat. Inside the refrigerator in the kitchen there were rows of cats' heads, about 20 or so, I'd say. He collects cats, cut off their heads with a saw, and then eats their hearts. He's collecting the cats' souls to make a magical kind of flute, and then he's going to use that flute to collect people's souls. Right in front of Nakata, Johnny Walker killed Mr. Kawamura with a knife, and several other cats. He cut open their stomachs with a knife. He was going to kill Goma and Mimi too, but then Nakata used a knife to kill Johnny Walker. Johnny Walker said he wanted Nakata to kill him, but I didn't plan to kill him. I've never killed anybody before. I just wanted to stop Johnny Walker from killing any more cats, but my body wouldn't listen. It did what it wanted. I picked up one of the knives there and stabbed Johnny Walker 2 times. Johnny Walker fell down and, all covered in blood, died. Nakata got all bloody then too. I sat down over the sofa and must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, it was the middle of the night and I was back in the empty lot. Mimi and Goma were beside me. That was just a little while ago. Nakata took Goma back, got some grilled eggplant and vinegared cucumbers from Miss Koizumi and came directly here, and I thought I'd better report to the governor right away, tell him what happened." Nakata sat straight up through the whole recitation, and when he'd finished, he took a deep breath. He'd never spoken this much in one spirit in his life. He felt completely drained. "So please report this to the governor," he added. The young policeman had listened to the entire story with a vacant look, and didn't understand much of what the old man was getting at. "Goma? Johnny Walker?" "I understand," he replied. "I'll make sure the governor hears of this. I hope he doesn't cut off my subsidy." Looking displeased, the policeman pretended to fill out a form. "I understand. I write it down just like that. The person in question desires that his subsidy not be cut off. Is that all right then?" "Yes, that's fine. Much obliged. Sorry to take your time, and please say hello to the governor for me." "Will do. So, don't worry, and just take it easy today, okay?" the policeman said. He couldn't help adding a personal aside. "You know, your clothes look pretty clean for having killed someone and gotten all bloody. There's not a spot on you." "Yes, you're entirely correct. To tell the truth, Nakata finds it very strange too. It doesn't make any sense. I should be covered in blood, but when I looked it had all disappeared. It's very strange." "It certainly is," the policeman said, his voice tinged with an entire day's worth of exhaustion. Nakata slid the door open and was about to leave when he stopped and turned around. "Excuse me, sir, but will you be in this area tomorrow evening?" "Yes, I will," the policeman replied cautiously. "I'm on duty here tomorrow evening. Why do you ask?" "Even if it is sunny, I suggest you bring an umbrella." The policeman nodded. He turned and looked at the clock. His colleague should be phoning any minute now. "Okay, I'll be sure to bring one. There will be fish falling from the sky, just like rain. A lot of fish, mostly sardines, I believe, with a few mackerel mixed in." "Sardines and mackerel, huh?" The policeman laughed. "Better turn the umbrella upside down, then, and catch a few. Good vinegar, some for a meal." "Vinegared mackerel is one of Nakata's favorites," Nakata said with a serious look. "But by that time tomorrow, I believe I'll be gone." The next day, when, sure enough, sardines and mackerel rained down on the section of Nakano Ward, the young policeman turned white as a sheet. With no warning whatsoever, some 2,000 sardines and mackerel plunged to earth from the clouds. Most of the fish were crushed to a pulp as they slammed into the ground, but a few survived and flopped around on the road in the front of the shopping district. The fish were fresh, still with a smell of the sea about them. The fish struck people, cars, and roofs, but not, apparently, from a great height, so no serious injuries resulted. It was more shocking than anything else, a huge number of fish falling like hail from the sky. It was positively apocalyptic. The policeman investigated the matter, but could come up with no explanation for what had happened. No fish market or fishing boat reported any large number of sardines or mackerel missing. No planes or helicopters were flying overhead at the time. Neither were there any reports of tornadoes. They dismissed the possibility it was some elaborate practical joke. Who would possibly do something so utterly bizarre? At the request of the police, the Nakano Ward Health Office collected some of the fish and examined them, but found nothing unusual. They were just ordinary sardines and mackerel, fresh and good to eat. By the looks of them, still, the police afraid these mystery fish might contain some dangerous substance, sent out a loudspeaker truck around the neighborhood warning people not to eat any. This was the kind of story TV news shows lapped up, and crews rushed to the scene. Reporters crowded around the shopping district and sent out their reports on this curious event across the nation. The reporters scooted up the fish with their shovels to illustrate what had happened. They also interviewed a housewife who had been struck on the head with one of the falling mackerel, the dorsal fin cutting her cheek. "I'm just glad it wasn't a tuna," she said, pressing her handkerchief to her cheek. That made sense, but still viewers chuckled. One of the adventuresome reporters grilled some of the fish on the spot. "Delicious," he told viewers proudly. "Very fresh, with just the right amount of fat. Too bad I don't have any grated radish and hot rice to round out the meal." The policeman was baffled. The strange old codger, what was his name again, had predicted all these fish raining down from the sky, sardines and mackerel, just like he said. But I just laughed it off. The policeman thought and didn't even get his name and address. Should he tell his boss about it? He's supposed to. But then again, what could it do now? Nobody really got hurt, and there wasn't any proof that a crime was involved. Just a sudden squall of fish raining from the sky. But who's to say my boss would even believe me? He asked himself. Say I told him the whole story, that the day before this happened a weird old guy stopped by the police box and predicted there'd be a shower of fish. He'd think I've completely lost it, and the story would make the rounds of the precinct, getting fisher with each retelling, and end up as a running joke with him as the butt of it. One more thing, the policeman thought. That old man had come to report that he'd murdered somebody, to give himself up, in other words, and I never took him seriously. Didn't even note in the logbook. This was definitely against regulations, and I couldn't be brought up to charges. But the old man's story was so preposterous, the policeman would never take it seriously. It's a madhouse working the police box sometimes, with paperwork up there. The world's filled with people with a screw loose, and as if by agreement, at one time or another, they all seem to find their way into the police boxes and blab about some nonsense. If you bother yourself with every one of these nutcases, you'll go nuts yourself. But that prediction about fish raining from the sky, a lunatic statement if there was any, actually did happen. So maybe, just maybe, that story be told about knifing somebody to death, Johnny Walker, as he put it, might actually be true. Assuming it was, this was a major problem. For he turned away someone confessing to murder and didn't even write up a report on it. Finally, a garbage truck came and cleaned up all the mounds of fish. The young policeman directed traffic, blocking off the entrance to the shopping district so cars couldn't come in. Fish scales were stuck to the street in front of the shops and wouldn't come off, no matter how much they were hosed down. The street remained wet for some time, causing the couple of housewives on bicycles to slip and fall. The place reeked of fish for days afterward, getting the neighborhood cats all worked up. The policeman was kept busy with a cleanup and didn't have time to think any more about the strange old man. The day after it rained fish, though, the policeman gulped in shock when he saw a body of men stuffed to death was discovered nearby. The dead man was a famous sculptor, and his body was discovered by the cleaning woman who came every other day. The body was naked, lying in a pool of blood. Estimated time of death was in the evening 2 days previous. The murder weapon, a steak knife from the kitchen. To his dismay, the young policeman finally believed what the old man had told him. My God, he thought, What a complete mess I've gotten myself into. I should have called up the precinct and taken the old man in. He confessed to murder, so I should have handed him over to the higher-ups and let them decide if he's crazy or not, but I shirked my duty. Now that it's come to this, the young policeman decided the best thing to do is to calm down and pretend it never happened. But by this time, Nakata was no longer in town. Chapter 19. It's Monday and the library is closed. The library is quiet enough most of the time, but on a day like this, when it's closed, it's like the land that time forgot. Or more like a place that's holding its breath, hoping time won't stumble upon it. Down the corridor from the reading room, past the staff-only sign, there's a sink area where you can make coffee or tea. And there's a microwave oven too. Just past that is a door to the guest room, which includes a bare-bones bathroom and closet, next to a single bed in a nightstand, outfitted with a reading lamp and alarm clock. There's also a little writing desk with a lamp on it, plus an old-fashioned set of chairs covered with white cloths for receiving guests, and a chest for clothes. On top of a small, bachelor-sized refrigerator are some dishes and a small shelf for storing them away. If you feel like making a simple meal, the sink area is right outside. The bathroom's outfitted with a shower, soap and shampoo, a hairdryer and towels. Everything you need for a comfortable short stay. Through a west-facing window, you can see the trees in the garden. It's getting close to evening, and the sinking sun glints past the cedar branches. I've stayed here a couple of times when it was too much trouble to go home, Oshima says, but nobody else uses the room, as far as I know. Misaki never uses it. It's not going to put anybody out. You staying here is what I'm saying. I set my backpack on the floor and took around my new lodgings. There's a clean set of sheets and enough in the fridge to tide you over. Milk, some fruit, vegetables, butter, ham, cheese. Not enough for a decent meal, but enough for a sandwich and salad at least. If you want something more, I suggest takeout or going to eat. For laundry, you'll have to make do with rinsing things out in the bathroom, I'm afraid. Let's see, have I forgotten anything? Where does Miss Psyche usually work? Oshima points at the ceiling. You remember that room on the second floor you saw on the tour? She's always there, writing. If I have to go out for a while, she sometimes comes downstairs and takes over the counter. But unless she's got something to do on the first floor, that's where you'll find her. I nod. I'll be here tomorrow before 10 to run through what your job involves. Until then, just relax and take it easy. Thanks for everything, I tell him. My pleasure, he replies. After he leaves, I unload the backpack, arrange my meager assortment of clothes in the dresser, hang up my shirts and jacket, line up a notebook and pens on the desk, put my toiletries in the bathroom, and finally stow a bag itself in the closet. The room doesn't have any decorations at all, except for a small oil painting, a realistic portrait of a young boy by the shore. Not bad, I decide. Maybe done by somebody famous. The boy looks about 12 or so, and he's wearing a white sun hat and sitting on a small desk chair, his elbows on one of the arms of the chair, his chin resting in a hand. He looks a little sad, but kind of pleased too. A black German shepherd sits next to the boy, like he's guarding him. In the background is a sea and a couple of other people, but they're too far away to make out their faces. A small island's visible, and a few fist-shaped clouds float over the water. Most definitely a summer scene. I sit down at the desk and gaze at the painting for a while. I start to feel like I can hear the crash of waves, the salty smell of the sea. A boy in the painting might be a boy who used to live in this room. The young man Miss Psyche loved. The one who got caught in the student movement clashes and pointlessly beaten to death. There's no saying for sure, but I'm betting that's who it is. The scenery looks a lot like what you see around here for one thing. If there's the case, then it must be a form of about 40 years ago. And eternity to somebody like me. I try imagining myself in 40 years, but it's like trying to picture what lies beyond the universe. The next morning, Oshima arrives and shows me what I'm supposed to do to get the library ready to open. First, I have to unlock and open the windows to air out the rooms, make a quick pass with a vacuum cleaner, wipe the desktops, change the flowers in the vases, turn on the lights, occasionally sprinkle water in the garden to keep down the dust, and, when the time comes, open the door. At closing time, it's the same procedure in reverse. Lock the windows, wipe the desktops, again, turn off the lights, and close the front door. There's not much for anybody to steal here, so maybe we don't need to be so worried about always locking the door, Oshima tells me. But Miss Psyche and I don't like things done sloppily, so we try to do things by the book. This is our house, so we treat it with respect, and I hope you'll do the same. I nod. Next, he shows me what to do with the reception desk, how to help out people coming to the library. For the time being, you should just sit next to me and watch what I do. It's not all that hard. If something ever comes up you can't handle, just go upstairs and ask Miss Psyche. She'll take care of it. Miss Psyche shows up just before 11. Her Volkswagen Golf makes a distinctive roar as it pulls up, and I can tell right away it's her. She barks, comes in through a back door, and greets us too. "Morning," she says. "Good morning." We answer back. That's the extent of our conversation. Miss Psyche has on a navy blue short-sleeved dress, a cotton coat in her arms, a shoulder bag. Nothing you could call an accessory, hardly a cape, hint of makeup. Still, there's something about her that's dazzling. She glances at me standing next to Oshima and looks for a moment like she wants to say something, but doesn't. She merely beams a slight smile in my direction and walks up to her office on the second floor. "Not to worry," Oshima assures me. "She has no problem with you being here. She just doesn't go in for a lot of small talk, that's all." At 11, Oshima and I open the main door, but nobody comes for a while. During the interval, he shows me how to use the computers to search for books. They're typical library PCs I'm already familiar with. Next, he shows me how to arrange all the catalog cards. Every day the library receives copies of newly published books, and one of the other tasks is to log in these new arrivals by hand. Around 11:30, two women come in together, wearing identical jeans. The shorter of the two has cropped hair like a swimmer, while the taller one wears a hair pulled back. Both of them have on jogging shoes, one pair of Nikes, the other Asics. The tall one looks around 40 or so, with glasses and a checkered shirt. The shorter one, a decade younger, is wearing a white blouse. Both have little day packs on, and expression as gloomy as a cloudy day. Neither one says very much. Oshima relieves them a pair of packs at the entrance, and the woman, looking displeased, extract notebooks and pens before leaving them. The women go through the library, checking the stacks one by one, earnestly flipping through the card catalog, occasionally taking notes. They don't read anything or sit down. They act less like people using a library than inspectors from the tax office checking a company's inventory. Oshima and I can't figure out who they are or what they could possibly be up to. He gives me a significant look and shrugs. To put it mildly, I don't have a good feeling about this. At noon, while Oshima goes out to the garden to eat his lunch, I fill in for him behind the counter. "Excuse me, but I have a question," one woman comes over and says. The tall one. Her tone of voice is hard and unyielding, like a loaf of bread someone forgot on the back of the shelf. "Yes, what can I do for you?" She frowns and looks at me like I'm some oft-kilter picture frame. "Aren't you a high school student?" "Yes, that's right. I'm a trainee," I ask her. "Is there one of your superiors I could ask?" I go out to the garden to get Oshima. He slowly takes a sip of coffee to dissolve the bite of food in his mouth, brushes the crumbs off his lap, and comes inside. "Yes, may I help you?" Oshima asks her amiably. "Just to let you know, we're investigating public cultural facilities in the entire country from a woman's point of view, looking at ease of use, fair access, and other issues," she says. "Our group is doing a year-long investigation and plans to publish a public report on our findings. A large number of women are involved in the project, and the two of us happen to be in charge of this region." "If you don't mind," Oshima says, "would you tell me the name of this organization?" The woman whips out a business card and passes it to him. His expression unchanged, Oshima reads it carefully, places it on the counter, then looks up with a blazing smile and gazes intently at the woman. A first-class smile guaranteed to make any red-blooded woman blush. This woman, strangely enough, doesn't react, not even twitch of an eyebrow. What we've concluded is that, unfortunately, this library has several issues that need to be addressed. "For the viewpoint of women, is what you're saying," Oshima commented. "Correct. From the viewpoint of women," the woman answers. She clears her throat. "And we'd like to bring this thing up to your administration," and clear their response. "So, if you don't mind, we don't have something as fancy as an administration, but I would be happy to listen to you." "Well, first of all, you have no restroom set aside for women. That's correct, isn't it?" "Yes, that's right. There is no women's restroom in this library. We have one restroom for both men and women." "Even if you are a private facility, since you're open to the public, don't you think, in principle, that you should provide a separate restrooms for men and women?" "In principle?" Oshima says. "Correct. Shared facilities give rise to all sorts of harassment. According to our survey, the majority of women are reluctant to use a shared bathroom. This is a clear case of neglect of your female patrons." "Neglect?" Oshima says and makes a face like he swallowed something bitter by mistake. He doesn't much like the sound of the word. "It would seem an intentional oversight." "Intentional oversight," he repeats, and gives some thought to this clumsy phrase. "So, what is your reaction to all this?" the woman asks, barely containing her irritation. "As you can see," Oshima says, "we are a very small library, and unfortunately we don't have the space for separate restrooms. Naturally, it would be better to have separate facilities, but none of our patrons have ever complained. For better or for worse, our library doesn't get very crowded. If you'd like to purpose this issue of separate restrooms further, I suggest you go to the Boeing headquarters. in Seattle and addressed the issue of restrooms on 747. 747, much bigger than our library, and much more crowded. As far as I'm aware, all restrooms on passenger jets are shared by men and women. The tall woman frowns at him severely, her cheekbones jutting forward and her glasses riding up her nose. We are not investigating airplanes. 747s are beside the point. Wooden restrooms in both jets and our library, in principle, give rise to some sorts of problems. We are investigating, one by one, public facilities. We're not here to argue over principles. Oshima's supple smile never fades during this exchange. Is that so? I could have sworn that principles were exactly what we were discussing. The woman realizes she's blown it. She blushes a bit, though not because of Oshima's sex appeal. She tries a different tack. At any rate, jumbo jets are irrelevant here. Don't try to confuse the issue. Understood. No more airplanes. Oshima promises. We'll bring things down to earth. The woman glares at him after taking a breath, forges on. One other issue I'd like to raise is how you have authors here, separated by sex. Yes, that's right. The person who was in charge before us catalogued this and, for whatever reason, divided them into male and female. We were thinking of recataloguing all of them, but haven't been able to do that yet. We're not criticizing you for this, she says. Oshima tilts his head slightly. The problem, though, is that all categories, male authors are listed before female authors, she says. To our way of thinking, this violates the principle of sexual equality and is totally unfair. Oshima picks up her business card again, runs his eyes over it, then lays it back down on the counter. Miss Soga, he repeats. When they called the roll in school, your name would have come before Miss Tanaka and after Miss Sakine. Did you file a complaint about this? Do you object asking them to reverse the order? Does G get angry because it follows F in the alphabet? Does page 68 in a book start a revolution just because it follows 67? That's not the point, she says angrily. You're intentionally trying to confuse the issue. Hearing this, the shorter woman who'd been standing in front of the desk, taking notes, races over. Intentionally trying to confuse the issue, Oshima repeats, like he's underlining the woman's words. Are you denying it? That's a red herring, Oshima replies. The woman named Soga stands there, mouth slightly ajar, not saying a word. In English, there's an expression, red herring, something that's very interesting but leads you astray from the main topic. I'm afraid I haven't looked into why they are that kind of expression, though. Herrings or mackerel or whatever, you're dodging the issue. Actually, what I'm doing is shifting the analogy, Oshima says. One of the most effective methods of argument, according to Aristotle. The citizens of ancient Athens enjoyed using this kind of intellectual trick very much. It's a shame, though, that at the time women weren't included in that definition of citizen. Are you making fun of us? Oshima shakes his head. Look, that I'm trying to do to get across is this. I'm sure that there are many more effective ways of making sure that Japanese women's rights are guaranteed than sniffing around a small library in a little town and complaining about the restrooms and the card catalog. We're doing our level best to see that this modest library of ours helps the community. We've assembled an outstanding collection for people who love books, and we do our utmost to put a human face in all our dealings with the public. You might not be aware of it, but this library's collection of poetry-related material from the 1910s to the mid-Showa period is nationally recognized. Of course, there are things we do better and limits to what we can accomplish, but rest assured, we're doing our very best. I think it'd be a whole lot better if you focus on what we do well than what we are unable to do. Isn't that what you call fair? The tall woman talks to the short one, who looks back at her and opens her mouth for the first time. You've just been evading the point, mouthing empty arguments that avoid talking responsibility, she says in a really high-pitched voice. In reality, to use the term for the sake of convenience, what you're doing is an easygoing attempt of self-justification. You are a totally pathetic historical example of phallocentric, to put it mildly. A pathetic historical example, Oshima repeats, obviously impressed. By his tone of voice, he seems to like the sound of that phrase. In other words, you're a typical sexist, patriarchic male. The tall one pipes in, unable to conceal her irritation. A patriarchic male, Oshima repeats again. The short one ignores this and goes on. You're enjoying the status quo and the cheap phallocentric logic that supports it to reduce the entire female gender to second-class citizens, to limit and deprive women of rights they're due. You're doing this unconsciously rather than deliberately, but that makes you even guiltier. You protect wasted male interests and become inured to the pain of others. And don't even try to see what evil your blindness causes women in society. I realize that problems with restrooms and card catalogs are mere details, but if you don't begin with the small things, we'll never be able to throw off the cloak of business that covers our society. Those are the principles by which we act. That's the way every sensible woman feels, the tall one adds, her face expressionless. How could any woman of generous spirit behave otherwise, given the torments that I face? Oshima says. The two women stand there as silent as icebergs. Electra by Sophocles. A wonderful play, and by the way, the term gender was originally used to indicate grammatical gender. My feelings is the word sex is more accurate in terms of indicating physical sexual difference. Using gender here is incorrect, to put a linguistic fine point to it. A frozen silence follows. At any rate, what you've been saying is fundamentally wrong, Oshima says, calmly yet empathetically. I am most definitely not a pathetic historical example of a patriarchic male. Then explain simply what's wrong with what we've said, the shorter woman says defiantly, without sidestepping the issue or trying to show off your erudite self. The tall one adds, all right, I'll do just that. Explain it simply and honestly, minus any sidestepping or displays of brilliance, Oshima says. We're waiting, the tall adds, and the short one gives a compact nod to show she agrees. First of all, I'm not a male, Oshima announces. A dumbfounded silence follows on the part of everybody. I gulp and shoot Oshima a glance. I'm a woman, he says. I appreciate it if you wouldn't joke around, the short woman says, after a pause of breath. Not much confidence, though. It's more like she left somebody had to say something. Oshima pulls his wallet out of his chinos, takes out his driver's license and passes it to the woman. She reads what's written there, frowns, and hands it to her tall companion, who reads it again. After a moment's hesitation, gives it back to Oshima, an sour look on her face. Did you want to see it too? Oshima asks me. When I shake my head, he slips the license back in his wallet and puts the wallet in his pants pocket. He then places both hands on the counter and says, As you can see, biologically and legally, I am undeniably female. Which is why what you've been saying about me is fundamentally wrong. It's simply impossible for me to be, as you put it, a typical sexist patriarchic male. Yes, but the tall woman says, but then stops. The short one, lips tied, is playing with her collar. My body is physically female, but my mind's completely else. Oshima goes on. Emotionally, I live as a man, so I suppose your notion of being a historical example may be incorrect, may be correct. And maybe I am sexist, who knows. But I'm not a lesbian. Even though I dress this way, my sexual preference is for men. In other words, I'm a female, but I'm gay. I do anal sex and have used my vagina for sex. My clitoris is sensitive, but my breasts aren't. I don't have a period, so what am I discriminating against? Could somebody tell me? The three of us listening are flabbergasted and don't say a word. One of the women clears her throat, and a jarring sound reverberates through her room. The clock on the wall loudly ticks away the seconds. I'm very sorry, Oshima says, but I'm in the middle of lunch. I'm having a tuna spinach wrap and had eaten half of it when you asked me over. If I leave it much longer, the neighborhood cats will take a grab of it. People throw away kittens they don't want in the woods near the sea, so this neighborhood is full of cats. If you don't mind, I'd get back to my lunch. So excuse me, but please take your time and enjoy the library. Our library is open for anyone, as long as you follow the rules. You don't bother the other patrons. Feel free to do whatever you'd like. You can look at whatever you want. Go ahead and write whatever you like in your report. We don't mind. We don't receive funding from anywhere and pretty much do things our own way. And that's the way we like it. After Oshima leaves, the two women share a look. Then they both stare at me. Maybe they figure me for Oshima's lover or something. I don't say a word and start arranging catalog cards. The two of them whisper to each other in the slacks, and before long they gather their belongings and start to pull up stakes. Frozen looks on their faces. They don't say a word, and thanks when I hand them their baked backs. After a while, Oshima finishes his lunch and comes back inside. He hands me 2 spinach wraps made of tuna and vegetables, wrapped in a kind of green tortilla, with a white cream sauce on top. I have these for lunch. I boil up some water and have a cup of Earl Grey to wash it down. Everything I said a while ago is true, Oshima tells me when I come back from lunch. So that's what you meant when you told me you were a special person. I wasn't trying to brag about anything, he says, but you understand that I wasn't exaggerating, right? I nod suddenly. Oshima smiles. In terms of sex, I'm most definitely female, though my breasts haven't developed much, and I've never had a period. But I don't have a penis or testicles or facial hair. In short, I have nothing. A nice, no extra baggage kind of feeling. If you want to put a positive spin on it, though I doubt you can understand how that feels. I guess not. I say. Sometimes I don't understand it myself. Like, what the heck am I anyway? Really, what am I? I shake my head. Well, I don't know what I am either. A classic identity crisis. I nod. But at least you know where to begin, unlike me. I don't care what you are. Whatever you are, I like you, I tell him. We've never said this to anybody in my whole life, and the words make me blush. I appreciate it, Oshima says, and lays a gentle hand on my shoulder. I know I'm a little different from everyone else, but I'm still a human being. That's what I'd like you to realize. I'm just a regular person, not some monster. I feel the same things everyone else does. Act the same way. Sometimes, though, a small difference feels like an abyss. But I guess there's not much I can do about it. He picks up a long, sharpened pencil from the counter and gazes at it, like it's an extension of himself. I wanted to tell you all the tricks as soon as I could directly, rather than have to hear it from someone else. So I guess today was a good opportunity. It wasn't such a pleasant experience though, was it? I nod. I've experienced all kinds of discrimination, Oshima says. Only people who've been discriminated against can really know how much it hurts. Each person feels the pain in his own way. Each has his own scars, so I think I'm as concerned about fairness and justice as anybody. But what disgusts me even more are people who have no imagination, the kind of T.S. Eliot calls hollow men. People who fill up that lack of imagination with heartless bits of straw, not even aware of what they're doing. Callous people who throw a lot of empty words at you, trying to force you to do what you don't want to. Like that lovely pair we just met. He sighs and twirls the long, slender pencil in his hand. Gays, lesbians, straights, feminists, fascists, pigs, communists, Herr Krihans. None of them bother me. I don't care what banner they raise, and that I can't stand are hollow people. When I'm with them, I just can't bear it, and wind up saying things I shouldn't. With these women, I should have just let it slide, or else called Miss Saiki and let her handle it. She would have given them a smile and smoothed things over, but I just can't do that. I say things I shouldn't, do things I shouldn't do. I can't control myself. That's one of my weak points. Do you know what that's a weak point of mine? Because if you take every single person who lacks much imagination seriously, there's no end to it, I say. That's it, Oshima says. He taps his temple lightly with an eraser end of the pencil. But there's one thing I want you to remember, Kafka. Those are exactly the kind of people who murdered Miss Saiki's childhood sweetheart. Narrow minds, devoid of imagination, intolerance theories cut off from reality, empty terminology, absorbed ideas, inflexible systems. Those are the things that really frighten me, that I absolutely fear and loathe. Of course, it's important to know what's right and what's wrong. Individual errors in judgment can usually be corrected, as long as you have the courage to admit mistakes. Things can be turned around, but intolerant, narrow minds with no imagination are like parasites that transform the host, change form, and continue to thrive. They're the lost cause, and I don't want anyone like that coming in here. Oshima points at the stacks with the tip of his pencil. What he means, of course, is the entire library. I wish I could just laugh off people like that, but I can't.